7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer member. Today, we're a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning the cases. The board members today are, to my right is Nancy Norris Johnson, myself, Jeremy Cummins, to my far left, Janie Clanton, and sitting as alternates, Dr. Melissa King on Zoom. Today, our Assistant Attorney General Hearing Officer is Ms. Kristen Love. This time I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Love.
Thank you. I'll call up the first matter on the docket, case number 2022-0908. The licensee is Ms. Georgina Johansson, license number R-878532. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The members of this board hearing panel have introduced themselves, and at this time I'll ask the attorney representing the board her name for the record.
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee Ms. Georgina Johansson present?
Yes.
And Ms. Johansson, are you represented by counsel?
Yeah.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have a right to an attorney to represent you during this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the severity of the charges pending against you, such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your nursing license?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf too?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with your hearing today without crossing representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Identify all the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today.
Dwayne Jameson.
Ms. Johansson, will you give testimony on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you both in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth shall be that?
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board would request admission of B1 through B6 into evidence today as exhibits.
Ms. Johansson, do you object to those exhibits being admitted into today's record?
No, ma'am.
Those records are admitted. Ms. Johansson, do you have any exhibits you want to have admitted into this record?
No, ma'am.
We will proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will have closing statements. Yes. So briefly, I'll stop right here to allow some nursing students to enter, and then we'll keep that up with opening statements. Right, if the parties are ready to begin, we will start with opening statement, beginning with Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today for a hearing before the board panel related to charges being brought against the nursing license of Mrs. Johansson in Mississippi. Mrs. Johansson was first licensed as an RN in Mississippi in November of 2007. On or about August the 15th, 2023, while working on her Mississippi multi-state license privilege to practice at Trinity Medical in Faraday, Louisiana, she was ordered to cease and desist the practice of nursing in Louisiana by the Louisiana Board of Nursing. Today, it is alleged that Mrs. Johansson violated Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1D and 73-15-29-1L, and that she has had her privilege to practice placed under disciplinary order in another jurisdiction. Thank you.
Right, Ms. Johansson, if you have an opening statement, you can give it now. It's just a brief overview of the evidence you plan to submit against the charges pending against you.
I really don't have an opening statement.
And with the board counsel's case in chief.
The board calls Dwayne Jamison. Would you state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jamison, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since 1991.
And during that time, have you and your division participated in investigations resulting in the discipline of licenses?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received related to individuals licensed by the Board of Nursing to practice nursing in the state?
yes, it is.
If you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B3, page 4, and identify that document, please.
This is license verification for Ms. Georgina May Stampley Johansson.
And when was she first licensed in Mississippi?
She was licensed November 28, 2007,
And what type of registration has she held since that time, or license?
a registered nurse.
And does she currently have an active license in Mississippi?
No, it's currently administratively inactive.
And can you tell us when the license expiration date is?
Expiration date is December 31st, 2024.
If you would please turn to Exhibit B5, which is on page 7, and identify that document, please.
B5 is the notice of hearing stated as Thursday, December 7th at 8:30 a.m.
And if you would please turn to pages 8 and 9 and identify those documents in B5 as well.
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint, as well as page 9.
And if you would please turn over to page 10 and identify that document.
Page 10 is an order of the Mississippi Board of Nursing suspending the license of Georgina May Stampley Johansson.
And if you'd also look at pages 11 and 12 and identify what that is, please.
Page 11 and 12 is a copy of the green card showing having received mail by Georgina Johansson dated 8/31/2023.
If you would go back to page 8, which you previously identified as the complaint. In this case, could you tell us what charges are listed against Mrs. Johansson?
Okay, charge 1 indicates the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D. And that respondent has a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction. Charge 2 reads that the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-1L in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely having a license denied, conditionally issued, reprimanded, placed on probation, suspended, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered in another state, territory, or country in violation of 30 Mississippi Admin Code.
And if you would also please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint related to these 2 charges.
That the respondent practiced nursing in a party state using her Mississippi multi-state license privilege between September 2nd, 2022, and October 26th, 2022, and was employed in a nursing capacity at Trinity Medical in Faraday, Louisiana. On or about August 15th, 2023, the Louisiana State Board of Nursing ordered respondent to cease and desist the privilege to practice nursing in Louisiana. Specifically, respondent was ordered to cease and desist the practice of nursing in Louisiana pursuant to privilege to practice granted from multi-state licensure after respondent exhibited behaviors indicative of diversion of controlled substances, demonstrated improper use of drugs, tested positive for amphetamine and morphine in an on-duty drug screen, and failed to cooperate with the Louisiana State Board of Nursing's investigation.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B6 on page 13 and identify that document, please.
Page 13 is a cease and desist privilege to practice order from the Louisiana State Board of Nursing,
And what is the date that this order was in?
August 15th, 2023.
And in looking at the first page of this order, can you tell us the basis for the cease and desist order that's listed under number 1? You can summarize.
Okay, basically from September the 2nd, 2022 through October 26th, 2022, while licensed as a registered nurse, practicing under your Mississippi multi-state license and employed as the ER manager at Trinity Medical in Faraday, Louisiana, the respondent exhibited behaviors indicative of diversion of controlled substances and demonstrated improper use of drugs.
And are those specific instances listed in under number 1?
Yes.
Could you tell us, I'm looking at number 2,
I'm sorry, we need to take a brief, 5-minute recess. that on the record. We took a brief recess because we needed to discuss the possibility that the respondent may want to specifically put on the record any issue that she may have with any of these board members deliberating on this matter.
No, ma'am, I don't know anyone on the board.
With the hearing and with board council's examination of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jameson, could you please look on page 14 at number 2 and tell us what is listed in that part of the cease and desist order?
Okay. Number 2 addresses the urine specimen that was submitted that tested positive for amphetamines and opiates.
And then if you would look on page 15, it's midway through the page and it starts with therefore, and please tell us what the Louisiana State Board of Nursing did.
This section of the order reads, therefore, you are ordered to immediately cease and desist from the practice of registered nursing in the state of Louisiana based on compact privileges granted through your home state of Mississippi.
So did Mrs. Johansson have the privilege to work in Louisiana compact state through the nurse licensure compact with Mississippi being her home state?
Yes,
And if a nurse is privileged to practice is disciplined in another jurisdiction, is that considered grounds to discipline the nurse's license in the home state pursuant to 73-15-29-1D?
yes, it is.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Johansson, you may ask this witness questions if you have any for him.
I don't.
Now I'll ask if the board panel has any questions for this witness.
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor, the state rests.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Johansson, this is your opportunity to put on your case in defense against those charges pending against you.
So I need to respond to charges 1, 2.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. On charges 1. As far as the hydromorphone that's allotted, I did not take that. I can't. So what I would do is when I was as the ER director, I was being called a lot to come back there and help. They were busy, they were understaffed, of course. And I would get text messages and phone calls in my office all the time. Hey, can you come back here and help? And I would run, give meds, start IVs, that kind of thing. Clear all the red off the board, and then I would go back to my office. So no, I've been given Dilaudid before with kidney stones, and it makes me kind of hallucinate. So I've never taken hydromorphone. I will admit that I have taken Zofran and Phenergan before. I was on Ozempic and it made me sick as a dog. So I would take that to kind of help with the nausea throughout the day. And I do admit to taking the morphine. I did divert morphine on that day. So I am guilty of that. Yes, ma'am. And as far as I have a prescription of Adderall. I've had it for a few years. And that's where the positive amphetamines come from. The positive morphine came from the diversion. I did do that. And And as far as, that's addressed into, um, okay. I did speak with, I think her name was Christina with the Louisiana State Board of Nursing. I talked to her, I explained to her what I did. I admitted it. I filled out the paperwork. I went to my physician and had him fill out the form for my Adderall usage. I filled out a form, had it notarized for, Louisiana to pull my pharmacy. I think it's a pharmacy record where they look at my prescriptions that I've had in the past. And I was honest with her, told her that I do have Adderall. I've had a couple of narcotic prescriptions for kidney stones and right ovarian cyst. I think I got one prescription for that. But that was it, that I was not written a lot of narcotics ever. That the only control that she would see is the amphetamines, the Adderall. I take 10 twice a day. And then she told me that there was a hearing process that has been started and that we own a business. I went to the business and scanned everything to her by email. And she told me that there was a hearing process started and that they would be in touch. And then I got the certified letter from Mississippi.
At this time, Ms. Salsa may have some questions for you and the board is ready.
Ms. Johansson, could you tell the board your educational background?
As far as high school, college,
You just do your nursing background.
graduated from high school, went to nursing school, graduated top of my class. Had two small children, worked through it, graduated top of my class. Went on to become an ER nurse. Did that pretty much my whole career, travel nurse for about 5 years all over Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and California. Came home after my divorce or during my divorce process. Came home, became the ER director at Trinity, and I held that position for 5 years.
So you had worked at Trinity for 5 years?
Yes, ma'am. It was originally Riverland Medical Center. And we closed the doors on that in 2021 and opened up and built a new hospital called Trinity Medical. They rebranded everything, but it was originally Riverland.
Trinity on your compact license,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mississippi is your home state?
Yes, ma'am.
And when were you first licensed to be an RN? What year?
2007. I originally took boards in Louisiana. Honestly, because they got me in quicker for as far as testing, and I had two small children and needed to go to work immediately. And then I came in through Mississippi through endorsement about 6 months later, and I lived in Mississippi. I was just single licensed in Louisiana originally, and then endorsed in Mississippi, and I've held my Mississippi license, and I've held other licenses in Massachusetts, California, I think Connecticut. At one point I was holding like 37 different licenses.
And if you would look at page 13, that's the final order. I'm sorry, the final order, the cease and desist order that we discussed previously. Did you receive this cease and desist order from the Louisiana State Board of Nursing?
I did not. Oh, wait, when was this letter?
2023.
No, well, the letter I got, I think it was from Mississippi.
Page 13. You recall receiving this letter from Louisiana State Board of Nursing?
I've seen this letter before, yes, ma'am.
And you understand that this is a cease and desist order that Louisiana State Board of Nursing issued? You,
I was thinking I got this letter in February, not August. I got a letter from Louisiana in February.
have you been?
No. I'm sorry. I take that back. I got an email from Louisiana State Board of Nursing and I responded to the email and called her. I got a certified letter from Mississippi State Board of Nursing about this hearing.
Do you understand that you've been ceased and desist to practice in the state of Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am. I
You're
understand.
not currently practicing.
No, ma'am, I'm not employed anywhere at this moment.
I heard you say that you diverted morphine on that day. What day were you referencing? October 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you diverted morphine before?
No, ma'am.
That was the only time you diverted.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any questions for, the board?
Ms. Johansson, you stated that, you routinely get called from your office to go into the ER to help hang medicines, give medicines, that kind of stuff. There's quite a few medicines listed here that were given and not documented on.
Mhm.
So was it your practice to give meds, not sign them out and not document on them?
We had like a Pyxis and Omnicell that we would pull out of and we fingerprint, of course. I would, tell the nurses, a lot of meds, I was down there all the time. A lot of meds are documented if the physicians put in the order. Honestly, our ER was very lax and our physicians were also. I'm going to be completely honest with you. They didn't put in orders a lot of times. They would just give us verbal orders. So, a lot of times I would tell my nurses, the call lights would be going off. So I'd go in there and, they'd want, anything, a pillow, blanket, medicines. I would pop my head in the door and tell one of the physicians, hey, look, so-and-so needs this. And they'd be like, give 4 and 4, or give this. And I would run by the desk and tell one of my nurses, hey, I'm giving this in, room 12 or whatever. And, then I would go on to the next patient and go on to the next patient. And then, I would end up back in my office. Not only did I hold the role of the ER director, I was also lead in the vascular access team. So I did PICC lines, midlines. Dr. Sherrod sometimes would call me down, and under his guidance, I would have to do, he would have me do EJs for our very hard stick patients. Or on the floor, I was doing ultrasound guidance IVs for our hard to stick patients. Then on top of that, I was also director of emergency preparedness. So I was in the middle of doing all of ER and emergency preparedness, updating their policy procedures, planning for drills. We have to have so many drills per year to stay within state guidelines. And then on Fridays, I would assist in surgery. And so I never sat down, and as soon as I would finish with one task, there was another one to be done. I know that is my fault, and that is my negligence on some of this, because I did not double check that the orders were put in. I did not double check that my nurses had, asked, hey, let's put this in, and that they documented it off.
So what I'm hearing is you held a pretty large supervisory role.
I did, yes, sir.
Of like maybe a nurse manager, DON type role. Okay. And so you were going down, and I understand the verbal orders and I understand that the busyness of an emergency department. However, were you getting the medicines out of the Pyxis or Omnicell, or were your nurses getting it out and you were hanging? How did this work?
It would be both. It would be both.
So I guess my question is, in a leadership supervisory nursing role,
Mhm.
Not only were you setting yourself up, but it sounds to me, would you agree that you were setting your nurses up for failure as well?
Yes, it was a failed
Because we
system.
know in nursing, you gotta
Mhm.
have an order,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And you gotta give the right medicine, and the nurse who signs the med out should give the medicine.
correct. We had,
All of this was thrown off, am I correct with that?
yes, sir, you're correct.
Okay.
We had 2 LPNs that worked each shift, and they, of course, could not do IV pushes. So a lot of times, my LPN, I would have to go down there and do pushes and hang meds.
LPN signing the med out, and then you were going and doing the pushes?
Yeah, they would. They would pull the meds and they would just hand them to me. They would. Um, they would pull the meds out and sit them kind of like on the desk in front of their computer, or the way our ER station was set up, we had like our desk, and then it had like a lip that went over it, a countertop that was kind of chest high. They would sometimes just set the meds on the other side of the monitor saying, hey, will you go get us to room 4 or 5 or whichever.
Okay, it was your testimony that you did divert the morphine.
I did.
Was it, and it was your testimony that this was your first time to divert morphine?
I had,
What was the cause? Why did you choose this time to divert morphine?
I was working with an obstructing kidney stone. I have them a lot. There's been times that I've worked all day with them, and then I have a nurse call in and I'd have to go back and work the rest of the night.
Did you take the morphine while on duty?
Yes, I did.
You did take the morphine while on duty, so you were working under the influence of the morphine.
Yes, sir, I was.
Have you ever had any treatment for narcotic use?
No, sir.
Have you ever been seen by an addictionologist?
No, sir.
Do you feel like you're an addict?
No, sir.
Have you ever before this worked under the influence of any mind altering drugs?
No, sir.
So this was a one-time event.
I've had Phenergan before. And that made me feel kind of bad. I was vomiting a lot. But I don't feel like I was altered. I just felt really, really drowsy.
So you've been a nurse for about 17 years?
Yes, sir.
17 years. As a very tenured nurse who's had a lot of responsibilities, looks like, in this, do you agree that working under the influence of morphine was putting every single patient you interacted with at harm?
Definitely.
That's all.
Any additional questions from the board for Mr. Hanson? Mr. Hanson, I'm correct, you don't have any witnesses that you personally?
No, ma'am.
Alrighty. Proceed with closing statements.
No, ma'am.
This time we'll begin, with closing statements, beginning with Ms. Oscar.
Thank you, Your Honor. The charge today against Mrs. Johansson is that she was placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse in another jurisdiction. In August of this year, August 15, 2023, the Louisiana State Board of Nursing issued a cease and desist order to Mrs. Johansson for suspicion of diversion. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to discipline, including revocation or suspension, the license of a registered nurse, or that nurse has had her privilege to practice disciplined in another jurisdiction. The cease and desist order from Louisiana has been made a part of today's record and constitutes prima facie evidence that the disciplinary action that has been taken against Mrs. Johansson in another jurisdiction against her privilege to practice there. Today, she has admitted that she diverted morphine on October the 26th, 2022, while employed at Trinity Hospital, and has additionally admitted that she was under the influence of morphine while she took care of patients. Based upon the record and testimony today, I would respectfully request the panel impose one or more of the penalties set forth in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Ms. Johansson, at this time, you may give your closing statement.
I guess I can just close by saying that, I do realize, I completely realize what I did was wrong for me and my patient. I've learned a valuable lesson that I should have never done. I took an oath to do no harm, and I did harm to myself. I could have put patients at, I did put patients at risk, honestly. I've not only harmed myself and possibly my patient, I've also done damage to my family and my kids. I know what I have done. I do. And I've been completely honest and I'm facing it. You know, I would like to have my nursing license back and practice. I miss nursing. I was a great nurse. I really was. And I loved it. You know, but I do know the seriousness of this, and I do know the damage I have caused with this. And that's basically it. I mean, I know what I've done.
Close the hearing in case number 2022-0908. Licensee, Ms. Georgina Johansson, license number R-878532. The board will deliberate on this matter and render a decision today. Decision will be announced. But we're gonna take up the next matter on the docket before they go back to deliberate. So you can wait here for the announcement, or you will receive a copy of the final order consistent with the announcement and the board's decision in the mail.
Okay.
It's up to you whether you want to wait on it or receive it in the mail.
Okay.
I can also call. 7-0. Miss me, that's perfect. No. Wanna do this?
Right, I'll call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-0477. License P-330772. Good morning, I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. I'll ask members of this board here to state their names for the record.
Nancy Armstrong.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jamie Clinton.
Melissa King is alternate.
Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Yes, Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee Ms. Kayla Bozier?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bozier, are you represented by counsel? No. I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have a right to have an attorney represent you during this meeting today?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand the severity of the charges pending against you such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your nursing license?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I do now.
Do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, do you wish to proceed without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
individuals in attendance that will give testimony today.
Oshina Jones.
Ms. Ozier, do you plan to give testimony on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I ask the court, please, where you vote in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B12 be marked as exhibits and entered into evidence today on behalf of the board.
Ozier, do you have any objection to these exhibits being admitted into the record?
I don't think so.
So records are admitted. Ms. Ozier, do you have any exhibits you want to have admitted into today's record?
No, ma'am, but I didn't know exactly what would be going on today. I wasn't aware.
What brought you here today?
A friend sent me a picture of the newspaper clipping saying that I needed to come today.
So statement on the record that you want to proceed with your hearing
That's fine.
without council representation. In doing that, now's your opportunity to proceed with this case, and so if this is your chance to enter exhibits if you have any.
I don't have any with me, no, ma'am.
Do you need time to print some? Or do you have something in mind that you want to have admitted, or
I do. I have all of the drug tests I have taken since then. Or I can get them, I'm sure.
and are you asking for this hearing to be recessed? To see that?
I'm not. My nerves have been, I'm ready to get it over with.
You should proceed without admitting any.
I do.
Today's record. You wish to proceed without admitting any exhibits into today's record?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we will begin with opening statements. We'll hear arguments from both sides, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the argument, we'll have closing statements.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin with Ms. Austin, Board Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today for disciplinary hearing before the board panel related to the nursing license of Mrs. Kayla Bozier. She was first licensed in Mississippi as an LPN in 2015. Today, you will hear testimony that Mrs. Bozier has been charged with 4 violations of the Nurse Practice Act related to her behavior on May the 17th, 2023, while employed at Southwest Mississippi Regional Medical Center in Macomb, Mississippi. Specifically, coworkers reported that Mrs. Bozier smelled of alcohol and reported that she was talking loudly. You will hear that Mrs. Bozier was asked to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen, traveled with a coworker to the lab, but did not provide a urine specimen. Surveillance coverage will show that Mrs. Bozier instead ran from the hospital, hid in the parking lot behind a car, and then continued running out of surveillance coverage. Thank you.
Bozier, this is your opportunity to give an opening statement. An opening statement is just a brief overview of the evidence you plan to, or evidence and or testimony that you plan to give and your defense against these charges.
Oh, I don't think I have one.
Right, we'll begin with the board's case in chief.
The board calls Hoshina Jones. If you'd state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record, please.
My name is Hoshine Jones, Cass County is my place of residence
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since 2012.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that result in the discipline of licenses?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the Board of Nursing to practice nursing in the state?
yes.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2 and identify that document, please.
B2 is nurse information.
And what address is listed at the top of this page for Mrs. Bozier?
235 Lawrence Reed Road, Tylertown, Mississippi, 39667.
And is that the address that's listed in the board's gateway?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the duty of the licensee to update all contact information with the board?
Yes.
And per board regulation, a licensee can even be fined for failing to update information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would please turn to exhibit B3 and identify that document.
D3 is license verification.
And when was Mrs. Bossier first licensed as an LPN in Mississippi?
She was first licensed on 8/18/2015.
What is her license number?
Her license number is 330772.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as exhibit B5 on page 6 and identify this document, please.
B56.
Page 6, yes.
Notice of hearing,
And what date is noticed on that notice of hearing?
August the 25th, 2023.
And what date was she ordered to appear before the board?
December the 7th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m.
If you would turn to page 9 and identify that document, please.
A returned postage.
And does this show that the board attempted to serve the complaint notice of hearing to the address that you previously stated Mrs. Bossier has on file for Gateway?
Yes.
And the board was unsuccessful in that attempt. Is that correct? Is documented here on page 9?
Yes, unclaimed, unable to forward.
And if you would please turn to page 10 and identify that document.
Proof of publication.
And per statute, if we're unable to serve process through certified mail, what do we then do?
Sent out publication.
And what is this publication through? What newspaper?
Tylertown Times.
And if you would please tell us the publication dates that are listed on this publication.
The dates was October 19th, 2023, October 26th, 2023, November the 2nd, 2023.
And would you tell us what that legal notice states?
The legal notice to Kayla Bossier. You are summoned to appear before the Mississippi Board of Nursing on December the 7th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. to answer to charges brought against you. The hearing will be held in the hearing room at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, which is located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road, Suite 300, Ridgeland, Mississippi. Failure to appear may result in the revocation of your nursing license, signed Phyllis Johnson, Executive Director, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Thank you. If you would, please turn back to page 7 of Exhibit 5 and identify what page 7 is, please.
Complaint,
And who's this complaint filed against?
Kayla Maria Bossier.
And could you tell us the charges that are listed against Mrs. Bossier on this complaint?
Charge 1, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 1C, in that respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care and/or. Charge 2, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 1E, was it LE, and the respondent has negligent or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet the general acceptance standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LK, in that respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, harm the public. Charge 4, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 1, in that respondent engages in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance, as evidenced by the refusal to submit to drug screening in violation 30 Mississippi and Mississippi Administrative Code 2820 R12 F4.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed on this complaint as the basis for these 4 charges that you just read.
On or about May the 17th, 2023, a coworker responded to management that responded smell of alcohol, that her drink smelled of alcohol, and that she was talking loud. 2 cans of Smirnoff were also located in a bag found in the trash can of the break room. And said bag appeared to be the same bag respondent bought into work after lunch. Respondent was subsequently asked to submit to a drug screen and traveled with a coworker to take the drug screen. After entering the hospital to go to the lab, the coworker noticed that respondent was no longer behind her. Video surveillance from the date shows respondent running from the hospital and running through the parking lot before respondent briefly hides behind a vehicle. After hiding behind a vehicle, respondent then continues running from the hospital out of the surveillance coverage view.
During your investigation, Mrs. Jones, did you have an opportunity to discuss this matter with Mrs. Bossier?
Yes,
Did she provide you with a statement?
no,
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B7 and identify that document, please. It's on page 11.
this would be a witness statement from Maria Cotton.
And is it discussing the date of May the 16th, 23?
Yes.
Could you tell us what she says, Mrs. Cotton?
On 5/16/23, I, Maria Cotton, was standing near Kayla while doing epic dress rehearsal when I noticed alcohol on her breath. Then she spoke while chewing gum and the smell was strong. I dismissed myself to the bathroom and said to myself, I know she doesn't smell like alcohol. The next day, Sierra and Courtney were in the clinic during lunch hour when I mentioned I smelled her breath the day before. Sierra then walked up to her bottle on her desk and smelled the alcohol. Sierra wanted to tell Miss K, but I told her to let me call her back here and I explained everything. Miss K couldn't say whether or not it was alcohol before lunch. The bottle was empty. Soon after she returned, she refilled her bottle.
And did Mrs. Cotton sign this statement?
Yes, she did.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B9 and identify that document, please.
B9 will be a statement from Kay Buskowski.
Exhibit B9 on page 14, I'm sorry.
B9 will be a statement from Dawn Frizzell.
Could you tell the board what this statement says?
Around 8 a.m. on May the 17th, 2023, Kayla was going to her car with a big mug and told Dawn Frizzell that she was going to go and pour her orange juice in her mug. And Dawn suggested she should bring her orange juice in the clinic because it would sour. And Kayla said, no, I want to pour it in my mug out at my car. Dawn noticed Kayla was talking loudly and she smelled like alcohol. She was acting differently. Kayla was always chewing gum. After Kayla came back from lunch, Dawn seen the Smirnoff cans in the trash can in the break room. When I seen the color of drink at the top of the can, I went and smelled her mug. It was alcohol. I was going to tell Kayla, but Courtney told me she already knew.
And did Mrs. Frizzell sign this statement?
Yes, she did.
If you would, turn to B10, that's on page 15, and identify that document, please.
A statement given by Courtney Butler.
Could you tell us what this statement says?
Courtney Butler stated that a few weeks ago, Kayla's breath smelled like liquor, but with her chewing gum, it was hard to tell if it was liquor or gum. She noticed she had dropped a Smirnoff and put a small hole in the can, and she sipped on it to stop it from going everywhere. She then wrapped it up and put in the refrigerator. On Wednesday, May the 17th, 2023, her breath smelled like liquor again. And Courtney heard her tell Dawn that she did not bring her orange juice in, but she went to her car to pour some in her big mug. Kayla was loud and a lot more talkative and dropped the things. When Kayla came back from lunch, she noticed it was over half full again.
Did Ms. Butler sign this statement?
Yes, she did.
And if you would, please turn to page 16, which is Exhibit B11, and identify that document.
This document is a witness statement by Sierra Etheridge.
Okay, and what does this statement say?
I, Sierra, was on lunch break talking with Maria and Courtney at the nursing station, and we was talking about smelling alcohol on Kayla's breath in her cup. So I picked it up and smelled it, and sure enough, it smelled just like alcohol beverage. Maria called Miss K to come to the back to smell it, and not long after that, Kayla came back from lunch with a Black Market Max bag and got her cup, went to the back, and when she came back, it was full of liquor. Something told me to go look in the trash can in the kitchen, so I did, and when I opened the lid, there was a Black Market Max bag, so I opened it, and there was two 16-ounce cans of Smirnoff cans inside. I went to Miss K's office and shut the door and told her what I found, and she went to see for herself.
And then lastly, please turn to Exhibit B8, that's on page 12, and identify this document, please.
This is a statement made by Kay McCaskill.
And did she sign this statement?
Yes, she did.
And you don't have to read the whole thing. If you can read it or you can summarize it, but what did Ms. McCaskill say? Whichever is easier for you.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. I was at my desk during lunch when Maria called me and told me to come to the back room, where Maria, Sierra, and Courtney were sitting in the nurse's station. And they wanted me to smell Kayla's bottle and said it smelled like alcohol. I opened the bottle and it had an orange smell to it. And I thought I smelled alcohol, but I was still unsure if it really was or not. I called Aaron and talked to him and explained that it kind of smelled like alcohol, but with orange flavor to it, that it was hard to tell for sure. I explained to him with what Maria, Courtney, and Sierra was telling me. So he talked to Maria, Courtney on the phone to get their side of the story. He told me after talking to them that he needed to come over after she got back from lunch and discuss this with her and have her to go test at the lab. Sierra came to me and told me that there was a Black Market Max bag in the trash can in the break room, and it had two Smirnoff cans in the bag. I went and looked for myself, and when I picked the can up, it was still very cool, just like it had come out of the cooler. Kayla came back from the lunch and had her bottle sitting at her desk, and it was full this time with beverage in it, and I took a picture of it. Aaron came to the office, and Kayla was called into my office to discuss this matter with her and Aaron. Aaron explained to her that we had some concerns of her drinking and that there were two cans of Smirnoff in the trash can in the kitchen, and Kayla stated that she does not drink and she does not know what Smirnoffs were. Aaron continued to talk to her and explained to her that she would have to go to the lab and get an alcohol test done on her. And she said, okay. He explained to her that she needed to ride with me, but she insisted on taking her car in it, and he explained to her several times that she had to ride with me and that she could not take her car, so she finally agreed. Once we got in the car, she started saying how hot it was and started waving her hands in front of her face and kept saying, it's hot in here. I told her I had the air conditioner on and it would cool down in just a few minutes. So I turned the air up on high to see if that would help. When I parked the car, she got her backpack out and the rest of her items, and she had with her, and I told her she could leave them in the car until we got done. She told me no, she was taking them with her. Once we got to the hospital and I opened the door to go through the side door to the lab where she was behind me, and there was a provider behind her. And as I rounded the lab to open the door to let her in, I looked back and seen she was not behind me. And I started going to the door and I seen her going out and was running down the sidewalk. So I went to look for her, but I could not see her anywhere. So I called Aaron to let him know that she ran.
Thank you. So Mrs. McCaskill's statement is that Mrs. Bossier rode with her to do the urine drug screen that they requested. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And once they got into the facility, when she turned around, Mrs. Bossier was gone.
Yes,
And does the surveillance video, tell us what happened to Mrs. Bossier at that point?
yes, it does.
And have you reviewed that surveillance video?
I did.
And did you obtain it during the ordinary course of, your investigation with the board?
I did.
And is it a true and correct copy of the coverage that you received?
Yes,
And who did you receive that coverage from?
I received that copy from the facility director of nursing.
At this time, we're gonna play that surveillance coverage and I'm gonna ask you to narrate through it.
Me? Oh.
Um, Yeah, it's, you'll start with CHOPH 624 coverage. She just indulged us for 5 minutes to get this. We take a 5-minute recess or 10 just to get this going. It shouldn't take us too long.
No problem. We'll take a, King. Hello, Dr. King.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We just completed a roll call and we wanted to identify our alternate for today.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm here, Kristen. Thank you.
Alrighty, so you may proceed, Ms. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna play the video and, Mrs. Jones, I'm gonna ask that you narrate. Please note the relevant times. We're gonna start with video that ends in H 264. And you just begin playing and identify who you see come into that video. You would switch to the next one under 624. See if I can. Could you identify who's in the white coat, please?
Ms. McCaskey,
Who was in the back?
that's respondent Kayla.
Sorry. Kind of fast. Who's coming in there?
Ms. McCaskey in the white and
And who's that running out the door?
what was the respondent? Ms.
Okay, so
Kayla?
let's just pause it for a second. Who is in the white coat?
Ms. McCaskey,
And who is in the black outfit with the backpack?
the respondent, Ms. Kayla.
And what happens?
Miss Kayla, exiting out the, double doors with the backpack, gray backpack.
And what is the,
Miss McCaskey's going behind her.
did she start then making a phone call? 8 minutes, play the video. Okay, we're gonna switch to the next one. Go to the rooftop cam down here. What do you see here?
The parking lot of the facility.
And who is running through the parking lot?
That's Miss Kayla, the respondent,
She have a backpack on?
gray backpack, correct?
Please tell us what this video shows.
Show her running beside the red car, and she kneeled down behind that car.
Does anyone appear to be chasing her?
No. And she kind of raised up and look a little further.
So Mrs. Bozier is hiding behind the red vehicle?
The red vehicle,
Video.
yes, on the driver's side of it.
Last digits of that number at the top of this video. Just for the record,
I don't see the
before VLC media player. Yes,
CHO3 H2 something. I got glasses on.
does the video show Mrs. Bozier still hiding behind the vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, just narrate what happens.
she stays behind the vehicle,
What's she doing now?
just standing there looking around. Now she started headed further out, away from the vehicle.
And does she eventually run out of surveillance coverage view?
Yes.
Thank you. Just to recap, Mrs. Bozier was seen running from the surveillance coverage, running from the facility where she was asked to submit to a drug screen.
Yes,
So she refused to submit to that drug screen.
yes,
And co-workers that day had reported that she smelled of alcohol,
yes,
and they had found empty Smirnoff cans in the trash can where she had been in the break room.
that is correct.
And was she terminated from Southwest Medical?
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to B12, which is on page 17, and identify that documentation for us. Scratch that. I'm not gonna ask a question. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bozier. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I'm not for the witness. Well, not questions, just I don't remember speaking with her about the matter. I'm not saying I didn't, I just don't remember speaking with her.
So, the board may have some questions for this witness. Or, Hoshina.
Miss, Jones, do you, what was her area of practice? She worked in the clinic, did she work at the hospital?
Worked in the hospital, but they were going to the clinic, the lab, to do the drug screen.
So she worked in the hospital, and I assume the clinic was attached on the same campus.
Right,
So her supervisor escorted her over to the clinic,
yes,
to get the drug screen, is that?
yes, was gonna drive over. And take her directly to the lab.
So she worked in the hospital and not,
It was the Women's Health Center.
okay, so she worked in an outpatient clinic,
Yes,
okay? And she was carried to the hospital lab for the testing.
for the testing, yes.
And do you know a distance there is between that clinic and the hospital lab?
No, but they were having to take the vehicle to travel over, yes.
Oh. That's all.
Any additional questions for this witness? Attended the witness at this time.
To your honor, the board rests.
Ms. Bozier, now is your opportunity to present your case in defense against these charges pending against you.
2 days before that event, which would have been on the 15th, I was at work. Early that morning, I had a procedure with the doctor that I had never performed with him before. My anxiety got really bad. My depression was already at, my max point. And I ended up hysterically crying for over 3 hours. I was sent home. My unit manager was not comfortable with me driving, crying like that. My parents actually had to come out and pick me up from my job, and one of them drove my car home. She said that I could not return until I was cleared by my therapist, which she cleared me the same day. However, my therapist gave me the okay to take, which I have previously been prescribed Xanax. I was prescribed Xanax for 2 years or so. I had leftovers and my therapist said it would be okay for me to take one. I was scared to. I ran from the drug test because I was scared that not having an active prescription, even though I had a previous prescription and it was from my bottle and it was mine, I was afraid that not having an active prescription would cost me in the long run. There are some discrepancies with some of the statements. Exhibit B8 on page 12, which is Miss Kay Mescal's statement. When they called me into her office, her statement says that I stated I do not drink and that I did not know what Smirnoff was. That is incorrect. I told her that that was not my drink. I buy those for my husband and we joyride at night. I'm his designated driver and I just clear out the trash from my car because I don't want like an open container ticket or something like that. Also, in that same statement, she says that the can was very cool, like it had just came out of the cooler. It's May. It's hot. It's been in my car overnight. Unless the air conditioner was cold in there. We get an hour-long lunch break. I spend my whole entire lunch break in my car. I don't go anywhere. I don't eat anything. I sit in my car and scroll Facebook. I do keep a gallon jug of Sunny D orange juice in my car year round, and I do keep a large cup in my car year round. I will drink orange juice until I'm orange in the face. As far as her saying it, Miss Kay stated that I was fanning myself in the car. Well, I was. It's May. It's hot. When you first turn your car on, it blows hot air. I'm very hot natured. I'm sweating now. And also to add, the drinks that my husband drinks, the Smirnoff, they are a dragon fruit color, not orange. I did run from the hospital. I refused that drug screen, like I said, because of the Xanax I had taken 2 days before that as cleared from my therapist. And I was nervous at the time. I knew it was in my system. I was nervous. I've also since then passed every drug screen I've been given. I didn't know I'd have an option to bring documents with me today. I didn't know what was going to happen today, but that's okay. And I don't know that I have anything else to say.
Ms. Osmond may have some questions for you and the board as well.
Ms. Bozier, what's your educational background?
I went to school at Southwest College for my nursing license. I passed boards in 2015. I've primarily worked nursing homes. Southwest was the first clinic job that I had. And for about a 3-month period, I did at-home pediatric care. And I just realized I liked geriatrics better.
Where were you working in May of 2023?
At Southwest Mississippi Regional Medical Center, but it was one of their outpatient clinics at Women's Health Center.
What did you do there?
I worked under Dr. Daigle. I was his nurse, so I went with him for procedures. I checked in patients, did my charting, gave antibiotics if needed.
How long did you work at the women's clinic at Southwest?
I'm not really sure, honestly. Maybe a few months, I'm not sure.
So you'd only been there a few months?
Yes, ma'am.
And as of May to 2023?
I believe so. It wasn't very long.
Prior to the allegations that you're here on today, have you had any other disciplinary actions with this board?
Not disciplinary actions, but I did have another case that was closed.
And what was that case? What did that involve?
I think it's called redistribution of medications.
But that case was closed by the
It
board.
was.
And could you tell us again what happened on May 17th, 2023?
I refused a drug screen.
Why did you run?
I was nervous and panicked, and I knew that my brother's house was directly behind the hospital. You can see it from the hospital. So I was just trying to get over to my brother's house, but I was very nervous, and that was that fight or flight mode.
Tell me how far it is from where you worked at the Women's Health Clinic to the hospital where you were having your lab. You're supposed to have had your urine test done.
Approximately 2 blocks.
2 blocks, so not too far, but you rode in a car, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you admit that you refused the drug screen,
Yes, ma'am.
and you admit that you ran from the hospital.
I did.
And so why did you hide behind that car?
Because I didn't want Miss K to come chasing after me.
But as we saw from the video, she didn't come chasing after you.
I
did
didn't
she?
know. I didn't. While I was running, I didn't look back.
Okay, and so when we see you run out of surveillance coverage, you ran to your brother's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you drinking at work that day?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a substance abuse problem?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had criminal charges?
No, ma'am.
You ever been arrested?
No, ma'am. Nothing more than speeding tickets.
I believe it was your testimony that you had taken Xanax that a therapist told you to take, that it was an old prescription of yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you didn't want to do the drug screen because you didn't want to test positive for Xanax.
Even
Because you didn't have a current valid prescription for Xanax.
correct.
Why could the therapist have not written a prescription for Xanax?
I'm not sure. I just, whenever it was mentioned to, when I mentioned to her how high my anxiety was, She said that if she wanted me to, she could, and I said, don't worry about it. I have some at home.
So you're testifying that you had a therapist that offered to write Xanax for you, but you told her that you would just take what you had, and then you refused the drug screen because you didn't want to test positive for Xanax.
Had I known that 2 days later I would be drug tested, maybe I would have went a different route. I do not have health insurance. Even now, I do not. Prescriptions are expensive. So it was the cheaper route for me just to go home and use my old bottle.
So you understand that refusal to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen can result in discipline of your license, correct?
I don't think I was quite aware at the time.
Were you terminated for refusing that drug screen?
I was.
And so what you're telling everyone today is that you did not want to test positive for Xanax, but you knew you'd be terminated for refusing that drug screen.
But I would have been terminated for testing positive for the Xanax without an active prescription.
Exactly. So why not take the drug screen?
I was in fight or flight mode. I didn't know what to do. It was a last minute decision just for me to say, I'm just gonna go.
Did Ms. McGaskill threaten you?
She didn't.
So when you say fight or flight,
Well,
what are you fighting or flighting from?
I'm not gonna say that she threatened me. But my experience working there was not good. She was always on my tail about something, regardless of how small it was. If I left a pen in the wrong spot, she would talk about potential write-ups. I just wasn't comfortable.
And you said that you go joyriding at night with your husband
Mhm.
and you're the designated driver,
Correct.
and then you clear the trash out the next day at the facility where you work, but you don't throw it away at home. Why is that?
I forget at home. By the time we make it home, we're both tired. We both need to take a shower. We both need to eat. You know, it's that time of the night where it's busy.
Do you drink alcohol?
Every now and then.
When's the last time you had an alcoholic drink?
2-3 weeks ago.
You have a problem with alcohol?
I don't.
Are you an addict?
No, ma'am.
Did you go to work impaired that day?
No, ma'am.
No further questions?
Thank you, this time the board may have some questions for you.
So again, it's your testimony, you were not working under the influence.
Correct.
It's your testimony, you're not an alcoholic.
Correct.
It's your testimony that you're not addicted to any type of mood altering drugs.
Correct. I'm addicted to nicotine. I don't know if that.
Do you feel that you can function while you're drinking alcohol?
I stay at home whenever I'm drinking.
You ever been in treatment for alcohol or drug addiction? You, just straightforward, do you feel that your behavior that day was erratic?
No, sir. But also though, I do have bipolar disorder. And then the 2 days before that, my depression was at a peak. Some people, if they're not around bipolar people, they don't know that you have your manic episodes as well. You have, oh, I'm sorry. You have those high highs and the low lows.
Are you being treated for bipolar disorder?
Yes, sir.
What are you being treated for?
Rexulti, Celexa, and Lexapro.
Do you routinely have levels done to make sure that you're within therapeutic ranges?
Yes, sir. They, every time I go, they urine screen me.
So if you're within therapeutic ranges, then your bipolar should be on a level scale.
Even treated, I'm still depressed sometimes, and I'm still super energized, and, you know, mood swings are a lot.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. But you're stating that you don't feel that your behavior that day was erratic.
Other than me running from the drug screen,
You don't feel that's erratic? You think that's normal behavior?
I don't think that's normal behavior. No, sir. I had so much adrenaline at that time. I was just unaware of possible consequences, and I was just,
Let me ask this question. You stated that you had an old prescription for Xanax. How old was that prescription?
about a year or so.
And how, was it a PRN drug? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
take it routinely?
No, sir, PRN.
PRN drug, okay. Did you ever take that drug while working?
No, sir.
So if you're taking Xanax PRN, that means that you're not on a routine level. So you're taking it, you're not taking it. Does it not affect your ability to function?
No, sir, because at one point I had taken it for about 2 years in a row. Which,
Body had gotten adjusted to it, taking it.
yes, but I mean, it was a low dose. It was a 0.25. It was as low as it goes, so
So how long had it been since you had taken Xanax prior to this event?
I'm not exactly sure, but it would be on up,
1 month, 6 months?
like more than 6 months.
More than 6 months that you had not had Xanax. And so you went to your therapist because you stated you were highly stressed 2 days before this event.
Yes,
Your therapist, I assume, is a doctor or a nurse practitioner,
that's correct.
a nurse prac. And the nurse prac offered to write you a prescription for Xanax that you had not taken in more than 6 months. And as a nurse, you know that prescriptions are only good for how long?
A year? Oh, I'm not sure. Like, I know the expiration date is a year, but actual prescriptions, I'm not sure.
If you hadn't had a prescription in 6 months, that probably was an expired prescription, right? As a nurse I mean, you graduated nursing school in when?
2015.
2015. So 8 years you've been a nurse. You
I
know,
just don't deal with prescriptions. I'm sorry.
I understand, but that's something the general public knows. You can't use old prescriptions. And you were offered, is it correct, you were offered a prescription for the Xanax?
I don't know. It's hard to recall. I don't know whether she offered or whether I asked if it was okay. I'm not sure exactly the wording. I don't know if I said, hey, I have some at home, can I take it? Or I don't know if she said, do you need it?
Did she at any time ask you how old the prescription was?
No, sir.
So again, being a tenured nurse of 8 years, you understand that if you hadn't had Xanax in greater than 6 months, even a 0.25 can be mood altering.
I was also home that day.
Okay, fair enough. But this was 2 days prior. How many times did you take Xanax before this day? Was that the first time?
That was the first time in a super long time.
Okay, so
I haven't had to have one since that day, but I also haven't had that big of a breakdown of hysterically crying for hours.
So you saw your therapist 2 days prior to this event, but you waited 2 days before you took the Xanax she recommended you taking.
No, sir.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, no, sir. I took it the day that I had that breakdown. And she sent me home, said I couldn't come back until I was cleared from my therapist. I saw my therapist that very day.
And you took the Xanax that very day.
Yes, sir. It was not the day of the 17th, it was the 15th.
Okay, all right. So you took the Xanax the day of the 15th.
Yes, sir.
This event took place on the 17th.
Yes, sir.
Had any more Xanax?
No, sir.
Just that one time.
I have not had another breakdown that bad.
Okay, so it was 2 to 3 days later before you were gonna have to take a drug screen.
It was 2 days after that.
So do you agree that running from a drug screen means you're guilty?
It appears that way. Yes, it does.
Yeah, I think anyone would have to assume, wouldn't you agree, that running from a drug screen, running through a parking lot, escaping from your supervisor, running through a parking lot, hiding behind cars, don't you think that seems erratic?
Yes, sir. That adrenaline, it it was pretty high.
But you've worked in a nursing home before. You've worked in surgery before.
No, sir, not surgery.
What other areas of practice have you worked?
For about 3 or 4 months, I did pediatric home health.
Okay.
And then the clinic was just a couple of months. Other than that, it's all been nursing home.
So a nurse of 8 years, have you ever worked a code before?
Like a code blue? Yes, sir.
So as a nurse, you're used to working under pressure. Most nurses have to work under pressure.
At times, yes, sir.
So you've worked under pressure before.
Yes, sir.
So, I guess one of my last questions is this. You stated in here that you were going back and forth to your car to refill your cup.
My orange juice is in the car.
Is your testimony that you carry Sunny D orange juice in your car at all times?
A gallon a day.
And in the middle of May, your car is probably getting up to 100 degrees on the inside.
I'll drink it room temp or warm, but it would never sour.
You drink it boiling hot?
I can. I can drink my water hot too.
Have you ever mixed alcohol with Sunny D?
No, sir. I don't. Most people would, I think that would be a screwdriver, and that's vodka. Vodka is gross.
Right. I don't think I have any other questions.
Any additional questions from any other board members? Had a couple.
Who's your therapist?
On me. I see, they've changed the name of it. It's Southwest Mississippi, Southwest Mental Health in Macomb, but they've changed the name of it, and I don't know what they've changed it to, but I could look it up if I had my phone.
How often do you see a therapist?
Not very often.
Did you go in person that day on the 15th to see this therapist, or did you make a phone call?
I did it over the phone.
My question to you is thinking that, okay, so you have taken a Xanax, you took a Xanax 2 days before, even a low dose. Wouldn't that be easier to explain away when you have a drug test than fleeing from a drug test?
It might would have been, I'm not sure. I just knew that if I took the drug test and it was found in my system, that would be trouble. And I was not thinking of the trouble if I didn't take it.
What's concerning me most is kind of your thought process a little bit. Because again, you are a nurse and you're a nurse for several years. So if you're in charge of patients, you should be able to think some things through. Even working in a clinic, do you give drugs in the clinic?
Not really.
What is your position in that clinic? What do you do?
I right-handedly assist the doctor with anything he needs, like any referrals or insurance, like prior authorizations and checking in patients, doing their vital signs, getting them checked in through the system, and then assisting him.
Okay. And when you say assisting him, you said you did a procedure that didn't work out well for you.
I didn't make it to the procedure because my head was I was so depressed, and the anxiety from doing a procedure that I had never done with him. He's very stern. I was so afraid that I would mess up or that I would drop something and have to run out and get a replacement. I was so afraid, and all of the emotions were on top of me. And that was the only way I could deal with it, was just cry.
So do you do assessments on your patients?
I do.
If, again, you do an assessment, you get your vital signs, the doctor comes in and orders something. Do you do that with the doctor orders? Is that part of your job?
If he, kind of, I mean, really the most he would order is like a referral or for somebody to go to ultrasound or something.
Additional questions from any board members?
That day at the clinic, you was upset. Did you feel like you was overwhelmed? Did you ever think about going to your supervisor and telling her how you felt or another nurse?
I felt overwhelmed, but I thought I could just push through it and I would be okay because I can't miss a day of work every time I'm sad, or every time I'm nervous. I can't miss a day of work of that. Just that particular morning was just nerve-wracking.
Did you get along with your coworkers?
Not really. Some yes, others no. Two of the witnesses I got along with, one of them I did not, and I also did not get along with my manager, which was Miss K.
You ever think about going to HR and talking to them?
I did. Me and my husband had discussed it and he told me that I should. I was just going to wait until like lunch break. I felt very, I'm not gonna say bullied. I wasn't bullied per se, but there was a lot of snide comments and, directed towards me. And I just wasn't comfortable with it. But I did tell my husband because on that morning, I'm thinking of the morning. On the morning of the 15th, I had told my husband that I was going to go to HR on lunch. That was also the day I got sent home.
Did the night before, did you go drinking that night?
No, ma'am. My husband drank. My husband drinks almost nightly. I rode him around, but I didn't drink. If I'm driving, I'm not drinking.
Any additional questions from any of the board members?
Do you like nursing?
I do.
Did you think about, since you obviously had some problems with this clinic, Southwest is a fairly large campus, multiple areas to work in. Did you think about maybe changing?
I did have job applications in at two different nursing homes before I was terminated from this job because I had decided that I just wanted to go back to nursing home.
Where did you work previously?
Everywhere?
Last 2 or 3 places?
Okay. I first started at Meadville Convalescent Home. Then I moved to Hattiesburg, so I did Hattiesburg Health and Rehab. And I moved back to Tylertown. So I did the Myrtles. Then I was tired of a 45-minute drive, so I went to the clinic, which was fairly much more closer to my home.
Where are you currently working?
I'm currently working at Silver Cross part-time and Diversa Care full-time of Brookhaven.
Have you ever been written up?
I don't recall. Not at that clinic, no ma'am.
Have you ever been written up at any clinic?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
What's the longest period you worked at a place?
The Myrtles I did for 4 years.
Clarification for me. Did you say Diversa Care of Brookhaven?
Yes, sir. There's one in Tylertown too, though.
Any additional questions? Right, we will proceed now with closing statements and Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29. 1L provides the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a nurse for unprofessional conduct and has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a nurse addicted to or dependent upon alcohol or other habit-forming drugs. Mrs. Bozier showed up to work and both smelled of alcohol and was speaking loudly. Multiple co-workers reported this to their supervisor, and you've seen their statements today and the evidence. When Mrs. Bozier was asked to submit to a drug screen, she initially agreed. She rode with the co-worker, but once she got into the hospital, she ran from the hospital when she was supposed to be providing urine specimen. Today, you've heard her testify that she was scared that she would test positive for a drug she didn't have a prescription for, when that provider offered her a valid prescription. You've heard her testify that she keeps a gallon of Sunny D orange juice in her car at all times, summer and winter, and that she frequently goes back and forth from the car to get that orange juice. The panel today has not just read those co-workers' statements, but it's seen surveillance video of Mrs. Bozier's bizarre and erratic behavior in response to the request for a drug screen. The duty of this board is to protect and safeguard the public. Her actions demonstrate that she is not competent to practice, and I would respectfully request the board consider all penalties available to it pursuant to 73-15-29 too. Thank you.
Closing statement.
I did run from a drug screen. However, I'm not a danger to the public or patients. On that day, I was not consuming alcohol. I was not using any other illicit drug. I do understand that fleeing was probably not the right call. That was, I know it was dumb. There's nothing I can do to go back and change it. I do regret it, but like I said, there's nothing I can do to go back and change that. I am asking from the deepest parts of my heart not to take my license away. I wish I would have known what was going to happen today. I would have brought witnesses who can vouch for me that I do my best to take care of my residents and that I function under pressure. That particular day, I just reached a boiling point. And I got sent home, where I then called my therapist, spoke with her over the phone, got her clearance to go back to work, and got the approval from her for me to take something that I had already had at home from my bottle. I save all antibiotics. I save all medications. I'm humbly asking y'all not to take my license away.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0477, Ms. Kayla Bozier, license number B-330772. The board will deliberate on this matter and make a decision and announce that decision today. Right now, but so you can wait on it, the oral announcement here today, or you can receive the written final order in the mail.
I do have a question. Do I wait outside? Do I wait in here?
Wait in here. The hearings are open to the public, so you can wait in here if you want to.
Can I wait outside?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
When do I need to come back?
Now that I don't have the answer.
Okay.
I would say maybe within an hour or less.
Okay. Yes, I'll give it about 35 minutes or so.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Ms. Salzman, we wanna, I think the board wants to take the agreed settlement proposal and voluntary surrender back before it deliberates and then.
Yes, Your Honor, we have that. The agreed settlement proposal in case number 2021-0543. In the matter of Melissa Barnes, license number R-924983, we would ask that the agreed settlement proposal be taken up for consideration by the board. And Courtney Duvard as well, and that's 2023-0660, license number R-884744. And I don't believe we have the other, just those two. So that last one on the docket, we don't have currently.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. It may come later in the day.
Okay. All right, I'll call the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-0906, Kimberly Carter. License number P-326925. All right, I am Kristen Love and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role for the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of this board panel to state their names for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson,
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clinton,
Melissa King is alternate.
If, now I'll ask the attorney representing the board to state their name for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee Ms. Kimberly Carter present?
Here.
Ms. Carter, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the severity of the charges pending against you such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your nursing license? Do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf? for this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all this, you wish to proceed with this matter, proceed with this hearing without counsel representation? Are there any individuals in attendance that will give testimony in this matter today? If so, please state your name.
Rebecca Martin.
Ms. Carter, will you testify on your behalf today? At this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you both in.
raise your hand. Do solemnly swear that the testimony that you give to the truth and nothing but the truth is true.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. the board would like to introduce B1 through B10. And as another preliminary matter, on the first page of the exhibit list, there's a typo in the license number. It should be a P 326925 instead of R 326925.
Do you want to have that typo corrected in the record?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. we will. Your Honor, also, we'd like to introduce, Ms. Carter has brought some exhibits. We'd like to introduce those as R1. We'd request to seal those. They have the names of some minors in there. We could just seal that part of the record.
All right, Ms. Carter, do you have any objection to the board's exhibits being admitted into the record?
No, ma'am, I do not. Just what Brandon has said about sealing the minors, please. That's it.
So, here no objection, the, board's exhibits are admitted into the record and they are admitted under, no. In the board's exhibits, okay, so and then the board's exhibits are admitted into the record. And now I understand, Ms. Carter, you have exhibits that you want admitted into the record.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no objection. Is there an objection, from board counsel?
No, Your Honor.
I hear no objection. The respondents' exhibits are admitted into the record and they are admitted under seal to prevent the disclosure of the names of minors. Proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will allow for closing statements. Mr. Walker, if you're ready to proceed, you may at this time with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carter was issued a final order by this board on August the 10th, 2016, after she admitted to acquiring hydrocodone for her personal use by taking a card that contained approximately 60 pills that were prescribed to a patient. On or about April 13th, 2022, her license was reinstated with drugs-related stipulations for 60 months. Those stipulations included drug screening. Ms. Carter has failed to submit drug screens on 3 separate occasions in violation of her final order. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Carter as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, at this time, you may give an opening statement, just a brief overview of the evidence and testimony you plan to give in your defense against these charges pending against you today.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just say that there were some unforeseen situations and some financial hardship for the missing of the drug screens. I financially did not have the money at the time. I went from working as a nurse and having a 2-income household to being unemployed, a single mom with 5 children. So I did not have the funds to pay for them drug screens. I will say that I have been drug-free and alcohol-free since 2018, and that was not the case in this situation. And that's all I have to say.
Sir Walker, if you're ready to proceed with your case, you may do so at this time.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call Ms. Rebecca Martin. Ms. Martin, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Rebecca Martin. I reside in Madison County and I work at the Board of Nursing.
And what is it that you do at the Board of Nursing?
I'm a compliance case manager.
And what does that involve you doing?
I monitor nurses that have discipline on their licenses, monitoring their drug screening results, their documentation, and their AA meetings.
Okay. If you would turn to page 4 in the exhibits and tell us what that document is, please.
This is the license verification for Miss Kimberly Carter,
And when does it say that Ms. Carter was first licensed?
February 16th, 2012,
And what was she licensed as?
a licensed practical nurse.
And if you would go over to page 11, could you identify that for the record as well?
This is publisher's certificate of publication.
And what does this show?
that she was published in the State of Mississippi County of Warren newspaper.
Okay, does it show the date that she was noticed for a hearing?
10/18, 10/25, and 11/1.
Well, that's for the record, that was the days that it was published?
Oh.
Is that correct?
Yes,
And over on the right-hand side, does it say the date of her hearing?
it's December 7th, 2023 at 8:30.
Thank you. If you would go back to page 7, would you identify that for the record, please?
This is the complaint that was issued to Ms. Carter.
And can you tell us what those charges are against Ms. Carter?
Charge 1 is respondent has negligently and willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general acceptance standards of such nursing practice, and or is that respondent has negligently and willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure.
And in that complaint, are there any facts listed that support those charges?
Yes,
Can you kind of give an overview of those for the record?
that she failed to submit to drug screenings in May 8th, 2023, September 5th, 2023. And failed to check in for brand new drug screenings, May 20th and August 16th.
Okay, if you would turn over to page 12 for us. We identified that document for the panel.
This is her final order.
Whose name is on that final order?
Kimberly Barrett.
Okay. You would go down to number 4 on that page, and we read that paragraph for us.
Pursuant to a Mississippi Board of Nursing order entered August 10th, 2016, petitioner by her own admission acquired hydrocodone for her own use by taking a card that contained around 60 pills prescribed for a patient and the narcotic count sheet from Martha Cooker home while employed there and placing them in her vehicle.
Okay, so she had another order. Is that what that was saying?
Yes.
Let's go over to page 27.
Okay.
Will you tell us what that shows, please, for the record?
This is a drug test result detail.
Set you too far. 1 second, Your Honor. Let's go to page 13.
Okay.
Can you tell us what's required of her on this page?
That she has a compliance affidavit, a conference with her compliance case manager, release primary physician and nurse practitioner, support and sponsor home groups, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, an evaluation for psychological, psychiatric, fine professional boundaries course, refresher course, NCSBN, substance use disorder in nursing home.
And was she on her, I'm sorry, let me just cut to it. Was she required on her order, if you look at page 16, number 11 there?
Mhm.
What was she required to do on that one?
To have drug screens,
And what about number 12?
a monthly drug screens.
So by her order, she was required to drug screen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you go over to page 18. What does it say that on 23 that would happen if she did not comply with her order?
Thank you.
22.
Non-compliance. Non-compliance shall include, but is not limited to, receipt of unfavorable negative reports and or documentation, non-receipt of reports on or before the due date, failure to adhere to any of all the terms of this order, positive drug screens, failure to furnish drug specimen, any violation of the Mississippi nursing practice law, and any violation of the rules and regulations of the board.
Okay, if you will, let's turn over to page 23.
Okay.
Can you tell us what this shows?
This is her test, her drug screening history report.
And what does it show right here?
It shows that she has failed to perform any drug screens from 9/5/2023 to present.
And did you have any communication with Ms. Carter as to why she didn't appear at those drug screens?
Yes, sir.
And what was her response to that?
On 9/5, she informed me that she did not have the money to pay for the drug screens.
And so she just quit testing. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes.
Okay, if we go over to the next page on page 24, can you tell us what this report is?
This is a clear report of supervisor practice, and it is showing that it's a negative employer report and that she was terminated.
Was part of her order that she submit employee reports?
Yes, sir.
So by what we've shown today, did she fail to check in and drug test that she was required as well with her board order?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. At this time, you may ask this witness questions if you have any for her.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
And the members of the board panel, if you have any questions for Ms. Martin, you may ask them now.
Ms. Martin, am I understanding this right, that she had a previous order? She had two orders?
So I believe the one in 2016, she had, and this was a reinstatement. So this final order is a reinstatement order.
Okay, so she had an order in 2016.
Mhm.
And then what was the date of the final order?
The reinstated one or the one in April? The one that was reinstated, it looks like that was done April 13, 2022.
2022. Was she suspended or revoked during that time of 16 to 22?
That I'm not sure.
All right, so she was reinstated in 2022 with restrictions.
Yeah, she had preconditions before she was able to get her license reinstated.
How long were those preconditions for?
It said 180 days. She did complete those in that time.
And then she had stipulations. That's where I was going to first. She had stipulations that would last for how long?
I believe minimum of 60 months. She had to work as a nurse for a minimum of 60 months, a maximum of 72 months.
So these drug screens were to take place 60 months from the April date in 2022.
From the date of her reinstatement.
Which was April of 2022, I think you said.
She had preconditions before we could reinstate her license completely, so I believe it was.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
180.
I see what you're saying. So from the date of reinstatement for 60 months, she had to do these drug screens.
Yes, sir.
So here we are, less than a year down the road. We're not fulfilling the obligations.
Yes, sir.
And she signed something stating she understood those obligations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions for Ms. Martin?
I do, Your Honor.
Move your case.
Yes, Your Honor, state rest, I'm sorry.
All right, at this time, Ms. Carter, you may present your case in defense against the charges pending against you.
Yes, ma'am. So the beginning of May, I'm gonna say for the past 6 months have not been easy for me. The beginning of May, I discovered that my daughter had been sexually abused. And I had to pack up mine and my children's things and leave the home where my husband was, because he was the perpetrator, along with his stepson. So I had to pack up everything and I had to go to my mom's. And so I went to my mom's house and I stayed there for a couple of weeks. I missed some work. The employer report, the negative employer report is, they stated that I was terminated because I was a no call, no show, which in fact was not true. I did let them know what was going on. And I did let them know that I needed some time off to deal with the situation. And so they were aware of that. Also, there were some negative remarks in the employer report. I did have a couple of bad days there where I was trying to push through and trying to work through the situation. And I just could not really function during those couple of days. And so, yeah, I was kind of off of my game, off of my work, because I just could not function. As far as the missing of the drug screens, the missed checked-ins and things like that, the missed drug screens were strictly because I did not have the funds to pay for them. And the months of June, July, and August where I did submit a drug screen, those were drug screens that a family member had paid for me. The missed check-ins, those were rough nights that I had with my daughter. I wasn't trying to avoid a drug screen whatsoever. Actually, both of my daughters, I found out a couple months ago, my youngest daughter had indeed also been sexually abused. I've been in and out of doctor's visits with them, court, therapist. They did indeed find that they had both been raped. So I'm currently dealing with that, and I'm keeping my sobriety, and I still go to my meetings, and I'm being sober through all this, and I do have a good support system, and I'm just I just ask that y'all please don't take my license away. I've had to make ends meet on a waitress salary now for the past couple of months, and it has been difficult to try to support 5 kids as a single mom on a waitress salary. I do love nursing. I worked really hard to get my license back. I just ask that you all just please take all that into consideration. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Ms. Carter, Mr. Walker, may have some questions.
I'm good. I've been crying a lot. I'm used to just wiping them off and going,
We can take a break if we need to.
I'm fine. I want to keep going.
Ms. Carter, will you tell us when you were first licensed?
I was first licensed in February of 2012.
And we didn't really hit on it so much, but I'll let you talk about it. You had a previous order before this one that reinstated your license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about that order? What happened?
Yes, I can. So in 2016, I was in an inpatient rehabilitation center. During that time, there was a hearing here at the board that I wasn't able to attend because of me having been in rehabilitation at that time. At that hearing, my license were revoked. I did have a substance abuse disorder at that time, and I was getting treatment for that. My license were revoked. My license stayed revoked until October of 2022, when my license were reinstated after having supplied the board with 2 years of clean drug screens as well as a reorientation to nursing course, a few other courses I had to take. I had to get a psychiatric evaluation. Let's see, I had to make 3 meetings a week, and I did that for several years. And my license were reinstated October of 2022.
What were you in rehab for?
I was in rehab for pain pill addiction.
Anything specifically, or just any pain pill?
Specifically Norco.
Did are you seeing anybody now? Do you have a sponsor?
I do have a sponsor, and I do attend AA and NA meetings 3 times a week.
How often do you talk to your sponsor?
I talked to her. I was talking to her more. She did move, so I don't talk to her as much now. I'll talk to her maybe once a month.
You said, so how long were you in rehab for? And if you said I missed it.
I was in rehab for 6 months.
And you said earlier that you've been sober since 2018. Do you know your date of sobriety?
Correct. My date of sobriety is June the 13th of 2018.
So you did receive an affidavit, I believe, on, if you look on page 21, it was executed on June 14th, 2023, not a little less than a year after the order was executed for missing a drug screen. Is that when you started missing?
That's correct.
And so you were aware that you did have to drug screen as part of your order, is that correct?
Yes.
So you've been sober now, according to your testimony, for well over 5 years, so congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
How, I guess you're asking the board not to take your license. So you've been in rehab and do you think you're an addict?
I know I'm an addict, but I'm in recovery today.
So how, I guess, are you able to, would you be able to financially drug screen going forward?
Yes, sir. I was also made aware that they started a new drug testing program, the Genotox, where you can do it at home and it's less expensive. And I believe that starts in January. So that's going to be more affordable for me. Yes, sir.
Well, even so, if something happens, would you still be in that's not a viable option, or if it is, would you still be able to drug screen financially?
Yes, sir. I took up a waitressing job. I was kind of hesitant on doing so. And but I did take up a waitressing job 2 months ago, and I've been slowly knocking out some of my bills that I have gotten behind on. So yes, that will not be a problem.
Because I guess my concern is, is if you can't drug screen, there's really no way for us to monitor you to make sure that we're protecting the public.
Correct. I understand that. Yes, sir. I will be able to do that.
And where are you working now?
Currently work at Cracker Barrel in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
So you were licensed in 2012. Where'd you work before you had your incident when your license was revoked?
I worked at Martha Coker Greenhouse Homes in Yazoo City. It was my first nursing job.
Have you had any issues? Because you had a negative employee report at this last place. Have you had any issues anywhere else?
No, sir.
No call-ins, no shows?
No.
Do you think you can safely practice nursing if the board allows you to keep doing so?
Absolutely.
I don't have any other questions, John.
Carter, at this time, the board may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Carter, what does your support system look like?
At the moment, it is my mom, my aunt, and, 2 I have my sponsor in AA, and then really what gets me through is my meetings. I do attend my meetings 3 times a week, and so anything I have to talk about, I get that off my chest then. And
You've been doing the meetings since June of 18.
yes, sir.
So. Talk about you picked up a waitressing job. That's gonna be going forward, that's gonna be your means of obtaining drug screens.
Yes.
You're allowed to practice nursing
Um,
license or whatever may come. I don't know.
right.
That's your plan.
Yes, that's my plan. If my license stays suspended, I will have to continue, working as a waitress. But if my license do get reinstated, I mean, that's gonna be huge because I will definitely be able to afford them then.
So based on what you're making now as a waitress, you could afford the drug screen.
Yes, I can afford those.
And I guess my final question is this. In 2022, when you came back from the board for your final order, I mean, you had met a lot of conditions.
Funds.
Meet those conditions. You had to pay a fine, you had to pay for educational courses, you had to go for evaluations, and that's very costly.
That's very.
I guess my question is this, what changed between paying all that money and getting all those conditions met, and then within 8 months, you're missing drug screens?
Yeah. I will say that my income tax helped a lot. I'm just going to be honest. I have a lot of dependents, and I got a good bit back from income tax, and I had saved it because I knew that I was going to need it. I had some people tell me that it was very expensive to get your license back once you lost them. So I had saved that, and that's how I was able to afford most of that. So.
You're able to get your license back, do you have less employment? Will you be seeking employment?
Actually, during the summer, I was, after the clinic fired me, I had looked for a job. I actually put in probably about 60 job applications from the months of June to August. And I have it on my Indeed report that's how many I applied for, nursing jobs all throughout Mississippi. I went to several interviews, was basically hired on the spot. And then I had several of them call me back and just was like, or email me and say that I wasn't selected, and none of them selected me. And I did go to Belmont Gardens, which is a recovery center in Vicksburg. And I asked them if they would hire me. And she said, yes, she hired me just as needed. And I worked 2 days, and she came to me and said that she had to lay me off because I was on the Medicare, Medicaid fraud list. And I did not know. And so I thought, well, maybe that was a reason why some of the jobs didn't hire me. So she had to lay me off. And since then I did get that reinstated. I did my application for the Attorney General's office. And they did remove my name off of that list. So, yes, sir.
No questions from any other members of the hearing panel?
When you got into this issue of missing your check-ins and stuff, did you call anyone to let them know what was going on?
I spoke with Miss Martin and let her know what had been going on.
know that if we do reinstate and let you continue on, that it's of utmost importance.
Yeah.
You not to miss.
Absolutely. I see that now. I do see that now.
Did you get the Medicare, Medicaid for all taken care of?
Yes, that has been taken care of. I was removed from that list. I want to say in October of this year.
Is that what you gave us?
Yes, ma'am. That was the email that the secretary sent to me. And then the other sheet is the letter stating that I was removed from the list.
Did you ever get an understanding why you were placed on that list?
I did not. I did not even know that I was on that list until Belmont Gardens came to me and laid me off because I was on the list. My understanding was that the medication that I took from the patient was paid for by Medicare. And so I believe that was the reason.
You ever been convicted of a criminal offense?
No, I have, but I was convicted of taking the narcotic medication. That was, that they did convict me of that offense, and I did, have to do drug court for that and did complete drug court. That was, something I had to do for the board in order to consider reinstating my license. Was I had to complete drug court and pay all my fines because Yazoo County did charge me for acquiring a controlled substance. That is the only charge that I've ever been committed.
In R1 that you provided for us on the third page of this document, this appears to be a background check. Is that what this is, the background check?
No, this was a letter with instructions on how to get my name removed from the list.
So let me ask you this, on the third page.
Mhm.
You have that document in front of you.
Yes.
Under offense 1.
Oh, okay, I see. Yes, sir.
Is the offense type is sexual battery? That's what you've been charged with?
Oh, no, sir. This was, this is the police report, for my daughters. I just wanted to bring documentation showing that, that's what was going on during that time frame. These are charges that were brought against my husband concerning my daughter.
I see. So I guess, is it possible because you're named as a spouse to him, maybe the reason you were listed on that? It looks as if he was charged, as you've said, with different sexual rape, sexual battery things. Maybe since you're affiliated with him, that's the reason you're named on that list.
Oh, no, sir, not at all. I actually went to the practitioner database and looked. There was a letter that was addressed to me saying that I was on the list back in 2016 when I was in rehab. So I never received the letter, but I received a letter in the mail previously stating that I had with a login on how to get on the database, the nurse practitioner database, and I got on there and they sent me a letter because my license were suspended. This time. And so I got on there and I was just kind of looking around and they did mail me a letter back in February of 2016 saying that I had indeed been on the list for Medicare, Medicaid fraud.
Okay, and so since 2016 to 2023, where did you think you worked at Martha Coker? That's a rehab facility, correct? Nursing facility.
That is.
When did you go to work there?
I went to work there April of 2012 and I worked there until let's say March of 2015. That's when I did admit to taking the controlled substance and I was being under investigation during that time.
And so from 2015 on,
Mhm.
where have you worked again?
So from 2015 through 2016, after I admitted to taking the medication from my job, I was suffering with a addiction. And so I did not work. I was unemployed. I was I could not function. And so I got placed on drug court and was put in a rehabilitation program November of 2015, where I stayed until April of May of 2016. After I got out of rehabilitation, I stayed unemployed I was trying to just make my meetings and do my drug court thing. And so I stayed unemployed for about 6 months. I did get a job. I was doing housekeeping at a place in Yazoo County. I did work there for about a year. So in 2018, I started working at Waffle House, and I worked at Waffle House. Started working there June of 2018. That's when I got sober. And I worked at Waffle House for 4 years. Yes, sir.
So, from the time your license were reinstated in 22,
Mhm.
November 1st, 23, where did you work?
I worked at Mission Primary Care Clinic. I started there as a medical assistant of August of 2022. Then when I got my license reinstated, October 2022, I started there as an LPN and worked there until May of 2023.
You haven't worked anywhere since May as a nurse or as,
I did work at Belmont Gardens for 2 days. That was back in August.
and they're the ones that discovered that you were on this OIG.
Correct.
Additional questions from any other board members? And, we can proceed now with closing statements. Mr. Walker, if you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse. That nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Carter was issued a final order reinstating her license on April 13th, 2022 by this board. She quit testing due to financial reasons, but this is a violation of her board order. And for this reason, we respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Carter. Thank you.
Yes, I'll just say that I love nursing and I worked really hard to get my license and I lost them and I worked 10 times harder getting them back. Just recently got them back. Haven't really been able to work much as a nurse since having them back. And it would just I'm just asking that you guys just, take into consideration everything I've said and give me the opportunity to practice again. Thank you.
This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into, I'm sorry, this concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0906. The board will deliberate on this matter and, issue a decision today, and that decision will be announced today. It's not right now, so maybe, within sometime after the leave council to the board has been sort of extending that courtesy of giving respondents a call when that's ready. So if you want them to do that, then give them your phone number. Or, you know, you can wait here, or you can wait to receive the written final order. To include that decision.
I would like to give my number, that way they can just call me. That would be.
Time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist. Two 022-098, case number 2023-0477, case number 2021-0543, case number 2023-0660, number 2023-0906. Favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these matters. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session.
That happen. So if you're planning on getting into healthcare, if you plan on getting into anything, but if you're planning on getting into healthcare, you gotta make a decision early on that you're gonna do what's right, and you're gonna do it right every single day, okay? Because what you do away from the job as a nurse affects your license, your career. When you get that license, everything you do on Saturday night at 10 o'clock at night, what you do affects your ability to continue to work. All right. What we've seen here, and this is without giving any information because I'm not allowed to do that, but what we're seeing here is someone who had a good career, she made good money, but because of some lifestyle has spiraled down. Right. And I think that's what we see a lot of times. You know, there are errors, and the board is empathetic with good honest errors in that place. However, sometimes those errors will lead you down a road of chasing yourself. Okay. The nurse that was having the drugs from. You see all this, you think, what in the world? But you've got to think about where are these people what's the situation going on? You know, life happens, things happen. If you're a mother who's had these happen with children. So, I'm just gonna say all of you are in healthcare program in high school. And so probably all of you are looking to go down some kind of healthcare track. Any seniors? Are y'all all seniors? Y'all seniors? You're fixing to make a choice what you're gonna be doing. Anybody want to go to nursing school? Okay. Well, we encourage you to go to nursing school. And we want you to go to nursing school. We want you to be good nurses. But you need to know getting into it. And whether you're a nurse, whether you're going to physical therapy, whatever you do, you get that license, just remember, everything you do affects your ability to make money. Okay? As soon as that license is pulled, you end up working at Waffle House. That's a lot of time to get through. A lot of work to get through PTA school, physical therapy school, whatever you're planning to do. And so just be very mindful of that. Your decisions you make, even you might say, well, I'm not working. I'm off the clock. You know, I can go do this or do that. Polish. Even as a high school student, what do you get? If you go out there and you drink something this weekend, you that stays on your record. If you go to nursing school, you go fly and take the influx, that's coming back to you. Okay? So even choices you make today are very, very important for what you do. Okay. Any questions? This is Jamie Plant. She's one of our RM members. Any questions for us though? You might have before we go back. Yeah. So the members of the board of nursing are appointed by the governor. Okay, and so an association in the state has to present your name to the governor's office, and then there's a very intense vetting process. You know, they check everything all the way back when we were in third grade. I mean, they can tell you when you go in there, don't they, Jamie? They can go all the way back to your high school years and say, what were you doing on the night of March 2nd, 1989? Well, they go that far back. They can talk to you about, you know, your financial history. They can talk to you about all this kind of stuff. So again, if that's something that goes back to maintaining a clean lifestyle, standing lifestyle, because you may be a nurse and you may want to get on a prestigious board, but everything polished. I hope that answers the question. Any other questions for us? Yeah.
So what do y'all do when there's like a case like the woman who ran away from the drug screen, and it's like a really she had many witnesses against her, but she like claimed something else, and it's kind of obvious what it is, but she might be lying.
So it's our job to go back and kind of look the room. And so it's our job to go back and now to deliberate. Okay. Just like in a courtroom. Remember when I told you when we first started, this is kind of like a courtroom? We're kind of like the jury that's going to go back there and we're going to deliberate on the case. And then we make a determination of, you know, what we look at the whole picture. What are the circumstances? What happened? So on and so forth. And then we take a vote and then we come back.
We look at the laws that govern our body. We have laws that we have to abide by. We look at the laws that govern that. We look at the circumstances when things happen, whether it's that case or anything. Take all that into effect. Open, wise. There's a lot of times you want to say, you know, but you have to go back and you have to look and you have to be able to look at the laws and say, how does it pertain and what's going to be the repercussions? Because everything that we sit on can always come back. Just like our decisions will come back to us. Those decisions will have to come back for the next case where we've set a precedent. All that.
So it's kind of like you're in law school, you learn about precedents and in cases. And so if you've ever sat in a court of law or watched on TV, you'll see where they refer back to such and such versus such and such case.
That's
Same thing happens with us. We've got to maintain very steady and it's hard. I'll tell you, it's hard when you've got a single mom of 4 or 5 kids up here and they just break down crying because life's happened. That's tough. But in the end, we gotta do what's gonna protect the public. Our job is to protect the public. If your mom or dad gets put in the hospital or your grandmother's in the home, our job is to make sure that there are nurses who are safe to take care of them. And so if we see where they're not able to practice in a safe manner, then it's our job to make sure that we intervene. Any other questions? Feel free to ask. Yeah.
See what she knew. What was that?
I don't think that was actually a different case. So let me say that, let me say this. If we get on the stand, a lot of times we see so many people. I've been a nurse for 25 years. I've seen thousands, tens of thousands of people. And so I may not remember a face, I may not remember a name, but I remember situations that take place. And so when we get up here and we start hearing a case and they start going through where they've worked and what they've done and all this, sometimes it can trigger a light bulb and you're like, oh, I know about this. I know. And so it's our job that they feel like we're not going to be fair making decisions, that we need to recuse ourselves. That means take ourselves off the case. And that's the reason we have an alternate person all the time. There's always 4 people, 3 hear the case, but there's always an extra. And so, I don't know if you want to speak to that or not, but
So we all, this is voluntary work, pretty much, when we come up here and do this is not our job. Our job is nursing.
we're nurses.
We're nurses, that's our problem.
This time I'll ask the members of the board panel to state their names.
Jeremy Cummins,
Janie Clinton.
Melissa.
So Dr. King, we were just getting a roll call as we put back on the record. Hello, Dr. King, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kristen. Good afternoon.
We were just doing a roll call, now that we're back on the record. So at this time, I will announce the board's decisions. In case number 2022-0908, Ms. Georgina Johansson, license R-878-532. The board finds Ms. Johansson guilty of all charges. The penalty is a restricted license for a minimum of 60 months. And the restrictions are various and are included in the order. Is Ms. Johansson present? Okay, well, the restrictions will be detailed in that final order submitted to her, but that is the board's decision and penalty in this matter. Case number 2023-0477, Ms. Kayla Bozier, license P-330772. The board found Ms. Bozier guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is suspension after 180 calendar days. The respondent is eligible for a restricted license. So the license is suspended for 180 calendar days, and you have certain preconditions that you must meet that will make you eligible for the lifting of that suspension at the expiration of that 6-month period. Then after the suspension is lifted and you obtain the restricted license, there are other conditions you must meet as part of that probation. And that is your penalty. That's the board's decision and the penalty imposed. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so. The suspension, that's 6 months without using the license, correct?
Correct. And then, but during that 6-month period, there are certain things you must complete, and they'll be detailed in order to be eligible for the lifting of that suspension at the expiration of that 6-month period. When you complete that, then you will obtain a restricted license. And it's just you have your license to practice with, but you're under probation.
Will the order be mailed?
Yes, absolutely. It will be mailed to your address, your current address on file with the board. And in case number 2023-0906, Ms. Kimberly Carter, license P-326925. The board finds the licensee not guilty of charge 1. The board finds the licensee guilty of charge 2. The penalty imposed is a suspended license, but the suspension is immediately stayed and will remain in the stay will remain in place for as long as the licensee abides by the final order previously issued by the board. Should the licensee fail to comply with that order, the stay will be automatically lifted and the suspension will immediately take effect. questions? Lastly, on the agreed settlement proposal and voluntary surrender in case number 2021-0543. The licensee is Ms. Melissa Barnes, license R-924983. The agreed settlement proposal was accepted. In case number 2023-0660, Ms. Courtney Dubard, license R-884744. The licensee's voluntary surrender was accepted by the board. That concludes the announcement of the board's decisions in these cases. And if we're ready to take up the next matter on the docket, we can do so now. And which case is that?
It's 2022-0292, 2023-0335, 2023-0599. Oh.
I call the next matter on the docket, case numbers 2022-0292, 2023-0335, and 2023-0599. The licensee is Ms. Ashley Glasgow, and the license number is R-876398. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. I will ask the members of the board to state their names for the record.
Nancy.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton.
Dr. Melissa King, alternate.
Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee, Ms. Glasgow, present?
She is present, represented by me, her attorney, Doug Mercier.
But this time, I'd like to identify any individuals in attendance that will give testimony today. There is Ms. Glasgow giving testimony.
Ms. Glasgow will testify.
Okay, so at this time, I'll ask you both to state your name for the record and then be sworn in.
Tawanda Jones.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce some evidence, B1 through B25.
There an objection, Mr. Mercier?
The respondent has no objection to exhibits B1 through B19 or B23 through B25, but does have an objection to B20, 21, and 22.
What is your objection?
B20 is a statement regarding someone named Sarah Treadway, who is not the licensee, and it's about an event that occurred after Ms. Glasgow was no longer employed as a nurse. So it is irrelevant to the charges against the licensee. It contains multiple hearsay statements. And this person, whose name I can't read at the bottom, but it's Ms. Nolan, was not a witness to anything personally. Everything she states in her statement here is what someone has related to her, other than, well, and it's not related to the charges against the licensee. So it's irrelevant.
Any response, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor, that was, as he said, it was related to an incident and that involved another nurse as well as Ms. Glasgow, is that she's referenced in this statement as well to a facility that she was previously employed at. But directly relates to her and the events in her case.
So, in response to, what about the responses related to, the individual that wrote the statement having no firsthand knowledge?
Your Honor, it relates directly to what's at hand in her case and that she was at a facility after she'd been fired from that facility.
That's not a charge. That's not a charge being at a facility after if she had performed any nursing services. That's not something she's charged with.
Briefly, explain how this, exhibit is relevant to the charges pending against, Ms. Glasgow?
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. She's being charged with impaired while on duty. And she has a pattern of being impaired on and off duty. This goes directly to showing that who she was with at the time also was disciplined for being impaired on duty or off duty and on duty. So it's going to show correlation between her and her pattern, if you will.
That would be 2.5 weeks after she had worked as a nurse, and what he's attempting to do under the rules of evidence would not be permitted. He's trying to say past conduct is somehow related to prove, future conduct is somehow related and able to prove past conduct while she was employed.
Your Honor, she has conduct throughout the whole, this is before and after, it's and during. It's not if we weren't be here if it wasn't for her past conduct.
Okay, in the statement gives, is it your position that the statement gives evidence that's relevant to proving, the charges pending against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection. First, I'll state that, we understand that, in administrative hearings like this, the rules of evidence, are incredibly lax. Hearsay objection. We also understand that, Mississippi case law allows administrative agencies during hearings like this to, use hearsay evidence to substantiate their claims as long as the evidence is corroborated. I haven't heard, any argument from either party related to that core issue as to whether or not the hearsay evidence can or cannot be corroborated. So, I'm going to overrule that objection. We can move on to your next objection to Exhibit B-21.
That's essentially the same argument. What Exhibit B-21 is it's a reportable incident form, and it is just the embodiment of everything we just discussed into the records of the facility.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, it's essentially the same thing as he said, summed up, and it was reported and filed with the facility. This is the facility's incident form of that incident that occurred on that night, as stated in the previous Exhibit B-20. And goes direct. It's the same thing summed up by the facility, essentially.
So I'm going to overrule the objection to the mission of B-21 and B-22. What is your objection?
My objection to Exhibit B-22 is, first of all, what this is a booking sheet for something that has no relationship whatsoever to the practice of nursing. It has no relationship to the charges against the respondent for violation, the alleged violation of the regulations of the board. And it's simply meant to induce bias, passion, and prejudice against the witness for something that she's not even been found guilty of.
Any response, Mr. Walker, on how this exhibit is relevant to the issues at hand?
Yeah, Your Honor, she's charged with being impaired or under the influence of authorized or unauthorized medication. This goes to prove that it's not only at work, on duty, it's also off duty as well, that it's a lifestyle apparently. So it goes directly to, again, the charge at hand.
And the incident reported on this booking sheet, what she was charged for in that incident report, is it related to the charges now currently in before this board?
Are the charges based on the booking report? Is that what you're asking?
The charge, for what she is, the reason why the Lowndes County Adult Detention Center wrote and issued that incident report and booking sheet, the basis for that, does that form the basis of the charges pending against Ms. Glasgow?
It is part of the basis of the charges. I wouldn't say it forms the basis. Because I believe she's charged with reckless driving, disobeying traffic control device, and ran a red light essentially. So no, it's not the basis of the charge, but it is part of the basis of the charge.
And how is it relevant to the charges pending against her?
Well, she's charged with negligent and willfully practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards. Respondents engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Also impairment while on duty or using unauthorized and authorized medication. It goes to show that she has an impairment issue.
Thank you. That objection to the admission of B-22 is overruled. Other objections? Fourth, biggest B1 through B25.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Any other objections to the admission of the board's exhibits B1 through B25, other than those you've already,
No, those are the only ones.
so board's exhibits B1 through B25 are admitted into today's record. Are there any other preliminary matters?
Just no.
For the respondent, would simply like to express gratitude and thanks to the board for accommodating the schedule and allowing us to go forward this afternoon.
Parties are ready to proceed. We will proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will allow for closing statements. We're ready to proceed, Mr. Walker, at this time today with your opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Glasgow has had an issue with being impaired, whether she is on or off duty. She has a criminal history, which includes multiple arrests for driving under the influence and reckless driving. On two separate occasions, at two separate facilities, she has had issues with drug tests. Once on April 7th, 2022, she was selected for a random drug screen, and while she was waiting to test again, she decided to steal a urine specimen from a collection window. Her explanation was that she was afraid she would not be able to provide a specimen, so she stole one as an alternative. And then on April 4th, 2023, after being observed stumbling and slurring speech while at work, she was sent for a drug screen, which she tested positive for amphetamines, benzos, oxycodone, and antidepressants. She did have prescriptions for all of them, but she was terminated for working while impaired. She has violated several provisions of the Nurse Practice Act. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you. There are certainly some issues, factual issues that we need to present to the board. Some of what Mr. Walker just stated is true. Some has explanations, and it sounds like it's not complete. I'd like to say that as far as the traffic citation you're presumed innocent until proven guilty in this country. Yet Ms. Walker is trying to use an accusation of guilt as proof of guilt. In addition to that, the regulations of the board do not govern the traffic regulations and driving of nurses when they're off duty. Granted, if there are convictions of certain things, this board can take notice and do things about it. But as far as an accusation without a proof of guilt, that's something that just causes bias, passion, and prejudice, as I mentioned earlier. And we're here to offer explanations to some of the questions that the board has about the issues raised in the complaint.
Thank you. If you're ready to proceed now, Mr. Walker, you may with your case.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call Ms. Wanda Jones to stand, Your Honor. Ms. Jones, please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones. I live in Rankin County and my place of employment is Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been working at the Board of Nursing?
I've been employed at the Board of Nursing for 6 years.
And will you please tell the panel what it is that you do for the board?
I'm an investigator, so I investigate the complaints. We get documents and we look through those documents and investigate cases.
And are you familiar with this case today?
I am.
Will you turn to page 5 and ID that document, please?
Page 5 is a licensing verification document.
Who is the licensure who is that showing on that licensure documentation?
Ashley Michelle Kemp Glasgow.
And when does it say that she was first licensed by the board?
She was first licensed on February 20th, 2007.
And what was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
All right. If you want, let's turn over to page 8. Would you ID that document for the record, please?
Page 8 is the complaint.
And would you tell us the charges against her? And you don't have to read the whole charge. You can just read the statutory, if you will.
Just a summary.
Yeah, we can just read the statute, the number.
The number. Charge 1 is a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LL. Charge 2, respondent violated Mississippi Code 73-1529 LL. Charge 3, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LL. And charge 4, the respondent violated Mississippi Code 73-1529 LK. Charge 5, the respondent violated Mississippi Code 73-1529 LL. Charge 6, the respondent violated Code 73-1529 LE. And charge 7, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LF.
And for all those you read, the charges that were 1L, were those all violations considered of the Mississippi Administrative Code? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does the complaint list any facts that support those charges that you just read over?
It does.
Can you kind of summarize those if you can?
Okay. On or about April 7th, 2022, the respondent reported to work at OCH Regional Medical Center. The respondent was subsequently sent for a drug screen. The respondent failed to submit enough specimen to be tested. The respondent was told that she would have to be tested again within an hour and to wait in the lab break room. The respondent was observed walking in the blood bank room where the respondent could not be seen and discovered looking in tubes in the room. After returning to the break room, the respondent was questioned about removing a urine specimen from the collection window. The respondent denied removing the specimen and a search revealed the missing patient's urine specimen was in the respondent's pocket. The respondent then admitted to taking the specimen because the respondent was worried that she would not be able to provide a urine specimen. And then on or about April 4th, 2023, the respondent reported to work at Vineyard Court Nursing Center The staff noticed that the respondent had slurred speech, pinpoint pupils. The respondent was observed stumbling in the hallway and in the patient's room. The DON at the facility informed staff to watch the respondent until she arrived at the facility. When the DON arrived, the respondent attempted to prime a patient's IV tube. The DON stopped the respondent and informed the respondent to leave the room. Another nurse had to escort the respondent out of the patient's room to the nursing station. The DON then began to properly prepare the IV for the patient, and she noticed that the IV tubing was full of air. The respondent was ordered for a drug screen, but could not produce a specimen. The respondent was then escorted, stumbling from the facility. The respondent reported the next day and was drug tested. The respondent was positive for amphetamines, benzos, antidepressants, and oxycodone. The respondent did have a prescription for the positive, and the respondent was terminated for reporting to work impaired.
Okay, if you would you turn over to page 14? Can you identify what page 14 is?
Page 14 is a written statement that Ms. Glasgow gave to me.
And what's the date on that statement?
The date on the statement is April 19th, 2022.
And according to Ms. Glasgow, did she submit a specimen at first?
She did.
And what did she say? Why did they not take her first specimen?
It was reported that they did not take the first specimen because it wasn't enough of sample.
And how full does she say in her statement on this one, how full does she say the specimen cup was?
Ms. Glasgow said the specimen cup contained 30 milliliters of the specimen.
Okay, and so in that statement, what did she admit that she did while she was waiting on her test?
She went into the break room, she drank some fluid, and then she toured the break room.
And what did she say about a urine sample that she saw?
She saw a urine sample in the on the windowsill, and she took that sample and put it in her pocket.
And does she say, did she give it back to them on her own accord? She voluntarily gave it back to them?
She did.
Okay. So did she ever submit another sample that they could use?
No, another sample was not submitted.
Okay. Let's flip over to page 16, I believe it is. Can you tell us what this is on page 16?
Page 16 is a witness statement from the infection control employee health manager.
Okay, and according to this statement, how full was that specimen cup that was first submitted by Ms. Glasgow?
This witness statement says is there was a very small amount.
Okay, and what does she say, this statement, say that happened while Ms. Glasgow was waiting to provide another urine specimen?
On this statement from the infection control health manager, she said while she was waiting that the Ms. Glasgow drank fluids, and then she took a tour, and they discovered that the urine specimen that was in the windowsill was no longer there. She approached Ms. Glasgow and asked her if she took the urine, and she first said no. But she was searched, her pocket was searched, and that's where they found the urine sample.
So she said here that she denied taking it at first. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And then that she had to search her and get it?
That's correct.
Okay, is that a little different than what Ms. Glasgow said in her statement to you?
Little bit different.
Okay. So according to this statement, did she ever provide a usable specimen?
No.
Let's go over to page 17. Are you familiar, excuse me, with this statement?
I am. Page 17 is a statement that's provided by the phlebotomist supervisor.
And who is, well, you said that supervisor. According to this statement, how is it described the amount that Ms. Glasgow first voided?
In the first paragraph, it says she voided a very small amount, not enough to receive a temperature.
So is this similar to the same statement we just looked at by the infection control employee?
It is.
Okay, so that's two statements that contradict what Ms. Glasgow claimed to have voided,
Yes,
because she said she voided enough to the top, right, to get. I'm
30
sorry, not
milliliters.
to- Let me correct that, not to the top 30 milliliters. Okay, so what does she say happened while Ms. Glasgow waited to provide another specimen?
Okay, Ms. Glasgow was walking around the lab, and Ashley took a urine specimen out of the area where the urine belonged to a patient from the emergency room. And it was delivered to that lab. Then the supervisor asked Ms. Glasgow if she could check her, and she checked her, and that's where she found the urine specimen in her pocket.
So she had to ask her where it was and then search for it and found it. Is that,
That's correct.
excuse me, okay,
Well, initially she denied it and then she searched.
okay. So does this also corroborate with the statement by Ms. Livingston that we just looked at as well?
It does.
Okay. So in either of these two statements, did she submit a specimen that they could test at that lab?
She did not.
Okay. Let's go over to page, so did they ever perform a urine screen on her?
No.
There was not, okay. Let's go over to page 23. Will you identify that document for the record?
Page 23 is a witness statement from Vineyard Court Nursing Center from the Director of Nursing.
And what's the date on that statement?
The date on the statement is, it was written on 4/10/2023.
Okay. And so can you tell us how Ms. Glasgow was observed that day according to the statement on April, how she was observed on April 4th, 2023, according to this statement?
According to the statement that the DON gave, when she arrived at the facility, the staff noticed that she had slurred speech, pinpoint pupils, along with stumbling in the hallway and in the resident's room. And she also fell in the room, patient's room.
Okay, so what did the staff say about her ability to practice?
They didn't feel that she was safe to practice or administer medication.
And there, can you tell us about there's an event in that statement, I believe, that talks about attempting to hang an IV bag. Can you tell us what that statement says about that?
In the first part of the statement, if someone is observing her attempting to hang the bag and she could not keep her balance. And then it goes on later to talk about them reporting this incident to the Director of Nursing, and the Director of Nursing came to the facility to assess the situation.
Yes.
Okay, and once the DON arrived in the room and saw Miss Glasgow trying to hang the bag, she just told her that she needed to leave the room, and the Director of Nursing took the bag and the tubing and was getting it ready for the PICC line, and she noticed that the tubing was filled with air bubbles.
And so is that the same airline PICC line, I'm sorry, that Ms. Glasgow was attempting to hang?
That's correct.
Okay. I believe it talks about a drug screen. We'd say what how they discuss her behavior when she was asked to do a drug screen.
It says that after the DON properly prepared the IV and started the antibiotics, she asked Ms. Glasgow for a drug screen because of her behavior. And then that's when Ms. Glasgow began pulling pills out of her purse to show her what she had prescriptions for.
And was she able to walk on her own?
No, she had to have help with walking. And once she got to the restroom for the drug screen, she had to have help in the restroom as well.
So was she able to submit, was she able to submit a specimen when she was first asked to?
No.
So what did the facility do then?
So they gave her 2 glasses of water and she was still unable to void for the drug screen. So she went to the director of nurses office and she was escorted out by the director of nurses to her boyfriend's car. And she stumbled 2 to 3 more times while leaving the facility before making it to her boyfriend's car.
So somebody had to pick her up?
Yes, her boyfriend picked her up.
So did she ever submit a drug screen on that one?
She came back the next day and provided a drug screen. Yes.
If you go to page 22, I believe that's that drug screen. Can you tell us what that shows?
Okay, page 22 is a drug screen report for Ashley Glasgow dated 4/5/23, and it was positive for amphetamines, benzos, antidepressants, and oxycodone.
And was it determined that she did have prescriptions for all those?
It was.
Okay. Let's go over to page 28. Can you identify this document for us, Michelle?
Page 28 is a witness statement from one of the staff LPNs at the facility.
Can we just read that statement for us?
Sure. When Ashley RN arrived at facility, she was visibly under the influence because of the slurred speech, heavy eyes, not being able to form a sentence or complete thought. Asked me to help mix the ABTIV medication twice. Could not stand up to hang IV in residence room, and second time never successfully hung medication before DON arrived at facility to assist.
Thank you, ma'am. And then on the next page, can you identify that document as well?
On page 29, it's a witness statement from a P. Roberts.
Would you read it for the panel as well?
To whom this letter may concern, I, P. Roberts, were helping a resident to bed last night when I heard a noise as if someone had fallen. I turned around and seen the nurse, Ashley, had fallen in the chair in the residence room trying to hook an IV, but she was not in the right mind. And then her nurse proceeded to call the director of nursing because it was too dangerous for her, meaning Ashley, to try to in that mind state. She was slurring her speech and could not stand. And as she just says, after that, I left to go do my last round.
Okay, thanks. And if you will, just flip over to page 30 and 31. And can you identify those?
Page 30 is a witness statement from B. Ray. And page 31 is a witness statement from J. Taylor.
And you don't have to read them, but are you familiar with these two statements?
I am.
Do they essentially say the same thing that we've just looked at about her behavior?
It does,
Okay.
essentially.
I want to go back to page 27, if we can. I believe this is from the DON. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We went over some of this report, but we read the middle 2 paragraphs of that statement for the record.
Okay, paragraph 2. I arrived at the facility at 10:18. Upon arrival, Ashley was sitting in the chair in room 8A, holding an IV tubing in her hand. She exhibited slurred speech, pinpoint pupils, and inability to sit upright in chair. I immediately took the IV supplies from Ashley and informed her that I would administer the medication. Ashley attempted to take the IV tubing from me, and I told her she needed to exit the room immediately. Before leaving the room, Ashley attempted to open a saline flush, which I also took from her, and again told her I would take over. Before starting the IV, I examined the tubing and it was full of air with no solution primed through the tubing. Paragraph 3 is after I finished hanging the IV antibiotics, I escorted Ashley from the nurse's station to my office and explained to her that she needed a drug screen. When Ashley walked into the bathroom, she almost fell into the sink, and I had to help her to keep her from falling. Ashley told me that she had used the restroom prior to arrival and might not be able to go. She was in the bathroom for approximately 10 minutes before coming out saying that she could not go. I had her to sit in my office and drink 2 glasses of water to try again, but she could not. I then told Ashley she could clock out and go home and that I would finish the IV.
Okay, so this is from the same DON that we looked at the report earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go over to page 39. Can you tell us what this is?
Page 39 is a incident report from Vineyard Court.
And what is this? What's this incident report about?
This incident report is involving a Sarah Treadway on 4/18/2023. And essentially what it's saying is that Sarah Treadway was reported to work under the influence.
Was this also at a facility where Miss Glasgow was working as well, or previously?
Yes.
Can you tell us what does it say that Miss Treadway, what happened in your investigation with Miss Treadway? Let me start that.
Well, in the investigation with Miss Treadway was seen on video sitting at the nurse's station putting on makeup. She was also seen on video in the drug room and at the nurse's cart, putting medications from the cart and from in the drug room into her pockets. She was seen drinking a medication out of the med room on video.
So in this incident report, what does it say Miss Glasgow? What's Miss Glasgow's involvement in this incident here, this reported?
In the incident involving Sarah Treadway, she was the person that was in the parking lot that picked up Miss Glasgow was a person in the parking lot that picked up Miss Treadway once she was relieved of her duties at Vineyard Court.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go over to page 46. Can you tell us what this is?
Page 46 is a court abstract from Lowndes County Justice Court for Ashley Glasgow.
And what does it say the charge is on that report?
Charged with DUI/other substance.
And does it say what day was the violation?
The violation date is 2/8/2022.
And was she found guilty?
No, not guilty.
And on page 43, let's go look at that, if you will. And can you identify that for us?
Page 43 is Lowndes County Sheriff's Department investigative report.
And who's named on that report?
Ashley Glasgow.
And what's the date on that report?
The date on this report is 2/6/2023.
And what are the charges or the offenses that are being charged against Ms. Glasgow in that report?
Offense 1, driving under the influence, first offense. Offense 2, reckless driving. Offense 3, running a red light. Offense 4, running a red light. Offense 5, no insurance.
Okay, if we'll go over to page 45.
Okay.
And what's the date on this report?
This report is dated 2/6/2023.
And are you familiar with this report?
I am.
And can you tell us, according to the report, what happened to make the officer pull Ms. Glasgow over? What
Okay.
did he observe?
So on February 6, 2023, Captain Neighbors was getting onto Highway 82 eastbound on ramp from Military Road. There was a light colored Chevy Tahoe bearing Mississippi tag coming around the roundabout and would have T-boned the vehicle in front of Captain Neighbors if the person had not been paying attention and stopped. The Tahoe ran off the right side of the on-ramp, slinging up gravel on the side of the road. The Tahoe was driven in a reckless manner from Military Road to Highway 50 East exit. The Tahoe weaved in and out of traffic, and just prior to Highway 50 exit, the Tahoe swerved into the left lane, nearly striking the concrete barrier, then swerving back across the traffic, cutting several vehicles off, causing them to swerve and slam on brakes, getting off on Highway 50 exit. The Tahoe continued down the ramp and ran the red light across the traffic to get to Highway 50 going eastbound. Captain Neighbors was attempting to catch up with the Tahoe and was finally gaining ground as the Tahoe was approaching the intersection of Highway 50 East and Highway 12 East. The light was red and the Tahoe ran the red light, made a left turn onto Highway 12 and turned into the parking lot of Columbus Nissan. Captain Neighbors activated his emergency lights and pulled in behind the vehicle. Captain Neighbors made contact with the driver, Ashley Glasgow. Ms. Glasgow exited the vehicle and started asking what had she done wrong.
Yes, you can, please.
Captain Neighbors told her that he needed her driver's license, proof of insurance, and he would explain the reason for the stop. Ashley provided an expired driver's license and insurance card. Captain Neighbors was talking with Ashley and she was unsteady on her feet. Her speech was slurred and her pupils were constricted. Captain Neighbors asked via radio if there was an officer on duty that was DRE, Drug Recognition Expert Certified. Officer Jay Barry and the Columbus Police Department responded and conducted a DRE task on Ashley. Officer Barry advised he got all the clues showing she was under the influence of some type of opioid. Ashley was placed under arrest and transported to Lowndes County Adult Detention Center.
And so has there been any finding on her cases so far on the ones we've looked at?
As of yesterday, the cases, this particular case was continued until December 12th.
So right now, she has not been convicted of this either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to page 14 and look at her statement she made roughly a year ago. Will you read that last paragraph for us?
I lost my employment at an established facility and its associated clinics due to my actions, which consequently led to the loss of income. I hold myself to a higher standard than what was reflected in my actions. I immediately recognized how detrimental this was and made a conscious decision to not take it further. I caused an unfortunate situation to become worse. Not only did I lose my employment, but I also lost friendships and respect. I have learned from my error and I will not make a mistake like this again.
And when was that statement given to you?
April 19th, 2022.
And did she not have a similar incident after that
She did,
at a different facility?
yes.
I have no further questions, John.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're the investigator for this case.
Yes,
You also pulled together the documents that are the exhibits that we're looking at.
Yes.
In those exhibits, it includes the PMP for Ms. Glasgow, which begins on page 48. I don't have any specific questions for you right now on that, but just in general, can the prescription medications that we see here on the PMP for Ms. Glasgow cause some of the symptoms that we've seen that the witnesses have talked about insofar as pinpoint eyes, unsteady gait, slurred speech?
I can't offer a medical opinion on that.
You don't know anything about those medications?
I know about that.
Okay. Do you know if the benzodiazepines can cause an unsteady gait or slurred speech?
I don't know that for certain. No.
Okay. You're aware, though, that medical conditions of someone can exacerbate or cause someone to lack balance or have slurred speech or have an unsteady gait, things of that nature?
I would not know how to answer that for her because it's based on individuals and how they react.
No, I agree, but individuals have different medical conditions, right?
Correct.
And some people have medical conditions that cause them to have an unsteady gait, correct?
Well, in general, yes.
Okay. What all did you do for the investigation for this case? What information did you gather is what I'm getting at?
The information that was gathered for this case was a facility report, drug screen, any witness statements that the facility had for this particular patient, and any other reports that we had from the various different police departments.
Did you make any effort to investigate the medical history of Ms. Glasgow?
No,
Did you make any effort to investigate the personal history of Ms. Glasgow?
no, I strictly dealt with the allegation that was reported to the board.
Well, I understand that. But you'd agree with me that someone's medical history could cause the symptoms and the characteristics that the witnesses' statements reflect.
That's possible.
Let's look at what is Exhibit B6, please. Well, excuse me. No, I'm sorry. We're not there yet. Let's go to page 4, please. You have that in front of you? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
If I'm looking at that correctly, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases listed there.
Yes.
But we're not here on 5 cases. We're here on 3 cases. Were you the person assigned to each one of those 5 cases?
Now, I cannot say specifically. I would have to look back at each one of those cases.
Well, I guess I'm saying this document was provided for the board to look at, as well as the licensee. And as our attorney, I'm looking at it and I see 5 cases and 2 are shown as closed. How many times has the licensee been before this board?
Based on this sheet, there have been 5 times. There are 5 different cases, but that's all that I can answer, the 5 that we see here.
So are you testifying that Ms. Glasgow has testified before this board previously?
Now that I don't know.
What information do you have about these 2 cases that are shown as closed?
I cannot answer that today. I would
Okay.
have to look at the file.
All right.
I gotta object. We're here about the cases that are open and that are brought before today, not any closed cases. I understand they're submitted in evidence, but those cases have obviously been closed.
He has continually talked about a pattern of conduct, and if these cases that are closed have some bearing on that, I think the board is entitled to know, and certainly we're the licensee. We'd like to know what this is presented to the board for, what it represents. And if they're trying to insinuate by presenting this to the board that there have been 2 more cases involving Ms. Glasgow, we need to refute that because that's not true. We need to dispel that notion, which is attempted to be presented to this board by this exhibit. There's no other reason for this exhibit to be in there.
All right, well, your objection is overruled. Be given an opportunity to, ask questions about the exhibits that have been admitted.
Ms. Jones, I'll conclude it this way. I mean, you don't have any information to suggest to this board that the two cases that are shown as closed on page 4 have anything to do with the conduct that we're before the board about today.
I can't give a sworn answer to that because I have not looked, I have not looked at these right now.
Well, understand, I'm asking
In the
you,
past.
well, I'm saying, but based upon your knowledge today, is there any information you have about those two closed cases?
No, not right now. No.
Let's look at the complaint on page 8, please. Under, are you there?
I am.
Okay, under charge 2, it says it's misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. Just so the record is clear, what is it that you're saying that Ms. Glasgow did that fits that description or that charge?
We'd have to ask.
Do you know?
No.
Okay. If you would, look at charge 3 and read that last part on the next to last page after the citation to the regulation, please.
Just read the last part, impaired while on duty, while utilizing authorized or unauthorized medication.
Right. Now, the key there, it says impairment while on duty. You agree it says that?
It does.
Can you show me in this complaint where it makes any charge against Ms. Glasgow for being impaired while off duty?
Not based on what this is saying now.
No, just take your time and anywhere in the complaint, does it say that she's being charged with impairment while off duty?
No.
Do you see anywhere in the complaint where it's charging Ms. Glasgow with being addicted to, being addicted to any substances?
No.
Let's look on the next page of the complaint, page 9. If you would, look down at the last or next to the last paragraph. And it says on or about February 6th, respondent was arrested for reckless driving, disobeying traffic control, no insurance, and driving under the influence. You see that?
I do.
You don't have any information to offer to this board to demonstrate that Ms. Glasgow is guilty of that charge, do you?
Affidavit of record only.
That's what I'm saying. Do you have anything from the court where she was found guilty?
No.
And look at the next paragraph, the last one, referring to the May 2nd, 2023 incident. I'll ask you the same thing. Do you have anything indicating that she was found guilty?
No.
Were you involved in the drafting of this complaint?
No.
All right, let's look at page 14, which is Exhibit B6. That's the statement by Ms. Glasgow. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes.
You had given testimony earlier regarding the specimen that was given, that's discussed in the first and second paragraph, I guess it is, first three. You remember that?
I do, I see it.
Okay. You'll agree with me, won't you, that in Miss Glasgow's statement given to you, she admitted that she took the urine specimen from the window.
She did admit to me, yes.
Then there's a disagreement between Miss Glasgow and another witness regarding the amount of urine that was provided. You agree with that?
There was a difference in statements, yes.
Okay. Miss Glasgow stated that the urine specimen she gave was past the temperature marker, approximately 30 milliliters.
Correct.
Do you know where the temperature marker is in a specimen cup?
No.
All right, if you'll look at B7, which is page 16. What is your understanding of these witness statements that you've included here as to who actually took Miss Glasgow for this urine sample in 2022? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you is who actually was the eyewitness?
Well, Cynthia Travis and Danielle Livingston were the employees that escorted her to the lab.
And which one was the one who witnessed?
Danielle Livingston was where the paperwork was done for the lab personnel at 9:30. She was handed a cup for the specimen. And this is a statement by the infection control manager, Danielle.
Right. What I'm asking you is who actually physically observed the amount of urine in the specimen cup based on the witness statements?
Well, based on this statement, it says the employee was handed a cup and asked to keep the door closed to collect the urine. The employee brought the cup with a very small amount of urine, which did not have enough to register on the temperature gauge.
Okay. And that is the Danielle Livingston statement on 16, correct? Page 16. Correct. So it's fair to say then that Danielle Livingston was the one that saw the specimen after Miss Glasgow had voided.
Based on this statement, yes.
All right, if you would look on, well, wait a minute. In that B7 statement, who did you say escorted Miss Glasgow other than Miss Livingston?
Cynthia Travis. She was escorted downstairs by Cynthia Travis and Danielle Livingston.
Okay, so let's look at B8, which is the next page, 17. On exhibit B8, who authored that statement?
This is by the phlebotomist supervisor.
Okay. And is she listed on exhibit B7, the statement by Danielle Livingston, as one of the people who escorted Miss Glasgow to give the urine sample?
No, is escorted?
Correct. All right. So is there any indication in exhibit B8 or in exhibit B7 that Ms. Corder actually saw the amount of urine in the sample?
No, she was the one that approached Ms. Glasgow.
Okay, thank you. If you would. Turn to exhibit B11, page 20. There?
The 11,
Yes, page 20. You there? Okay. This is an email from Ms. Glasgow to you, April 2023, correct?
correct.
In her statement to you, Ms. Glasgow complains in the third paragraph about her condition at work, the date of the incident on April the 4th, does she not?
In the third paragraph,
Correct. Would you read that for the record, beginning with I left work?
I left work on 4/4/23. After working the day, did not eat supper, took a nap, woke up around 21:30 and reported straight back to work. I told the DON I felt exhausted that evening after work, and she told me to hang in there. I felt dizzy and vertigo type symptoms when I entered the residence room, so I told another staff member I needed to sit down. The director of nursing came in to hang the antibiotic that night due to staffing calling her concerning about my well-being.
Thank you. If you would, look down also in the next to the last paragraph on that page, and I'll give you a moment to look at it. But my question is, doesn't she repeat that she had felt exhausted that day and didn't have enough rest?
She said she came back to work and felt exhausted and informed the DON of that before coming in.
And down at the last sentence in that paragraph, she states that she'd been praised by both the director and the administrator prior to the incident. Correct?
That's what Ms. Velasco said.
Did you verify that?
No.
Did you seek to verify it? If you will, look on the next page, 21. And up there, the first sentence up there at the top of the page, beginning with several residents stated, would you read that sentence?
In the first paragraph on page 2?
Correct.
Okay, several residents stated I needed to move in because I was there so much. Read the whole paragraph?
Correct.
I worked between 20 to 40 hours of overtime each pay period, ensuring the residents of the facility received the right care, but did not feel like I received the proper amount of time off from the facility in return to physically and mentally rest. Due to that reasoning and feeling an onset of vertigo symptoms, I felt that this is why the staff called the director concerning about my well-being when I informed them that I didn't feel well.
Thank you. Will you agree with me that exhaustion can cause someone to be unsteady on their feet?
I've never heard that.
You never heard anybody being exhausted and unsteady on their feet? Okay. Did you do anything to investigate the number of hours of overtime that Ms. Glasgow stated that she had been working in this email to you?
No.
When you received this statement from Ms. Glasgow, did you communicate with her to follow up and get any details about any of the statements that she had made?
I spoke with Ms. Glasgow regarding the allegation and she discussed the allegation with me. And she told me that she took the urine out of the window and I told her to write a statement to me.
Okay, that's the prior incident that happened at Oxford OCH. I'm regarding this statement here in 2023 pertains to the Vineyards complaint. And what I'm asking you is, after Ms. Glasgow sent you this email on April the 12th, 2023, did you follow up and have communications with her to further investigate the things she stated in this email?
You mean the information that's on page 1 where she's talking about the extra hours?
Didn't know anything. Just did you follow up with her after you received this email from her on April the 12th, 2023?
I followed up with witness statements from those people that observed her in the room.
Yes, Ms. Jones. My question is, did you follow up with Ms. Glasgow about the things she said in this statement to you?
No.
All right, if you would, let's look at look at B12, please. Now that's the drug test results for Ms. Glasgow from the time she worked at the Vineyard, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, and I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that down at the bottom where it's showing what she was negative for and what's non-negative, which I assume is the same as positive, all of those drugs for which she tested non-negative, Ms. Glasgow had a valid prescription.
That's correct.
All right, let's look at the next one, which is B13, page 23. That's the statement of Dawn Mooney, DON at the Vineyard. In that statement, I mean, you've already testified to what it says essentially. Do you know, well, let me back up. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines from the bottom, there's a statement, I escorted Ashley to her boyfriend's car to be taken home. You see that? It's about 5 lines from the bottom, maybe 6. 6, sorry. On page 23,
I'm on 23.
6 lines from the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I see. I do. In the middle of the sentence, yes.
Yeah, it says, do you know why she escorted Ashley to her boyfriend's car?
I don't.
In your investigation with Miss Mooney, she didn't inform you that Ashley had been dropped off at work that day by her boyfriend?
I don't recall her telling me that, no.
Yeah. let's look at B 16, page 27. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. This is once again another statement by Dawn Mooney. And if you would, look at the very last line about midway across. And if I'm reading right, it says that I asked her if she needed me to take her home, but she said her boyfriend had driven her to work. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
All right. So you agree with me that Ashley didn't have a way to get home, and that's the reason her boyfriend had to come and get her.
Based on this statement, yes.
All right, if you would turn to exhibit B 21, which is page 39. You there?
I am.
All right. What does it say? Well, let me back up. What's the title of this document?
Reportable incident form.
And whose form is it?
This form is for Sarah Treadway.
Yeah, but I mean, thank you. But what facility is what I'm saying?
Vineyard Court.
Okay. And this report is not about Ashley Glasgow. You agree?
It's not about her, but her name is mentioned.
I understand it. But they aren't making a report about her according to what they stated here on the form face, correct? It says staff member involved. Whose name is there?
Well, for that part of the report is Sarah Treadway.
Okay. So what's the date of this incident?
Date of the incident is 4/18.
All right. 4/18 of 23.
Correct.
All right. So what was the last date of work for Ms. Glasgow at the Vineyard?
But it was reported to us on the 6th.
I think there's a termination notice in here that states it was either the 5th or the 6th.
Perfect.
I think B 18 shows that she clocked out. The last day was on the 5th. That shows her time records. They got B 7 too. Yeah.
It has it in B 13 as well.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to establish is what was her last day of work.
The 5th.
Okay, April the 5th. All right, so this exhibit B 21, page 39, which is an incident that occurred on April the 18th, was 2 weeks or more after Ashley Glasgow worked at the Vineyard.
Correct.
Okay. So what we're seeing is this reportable incident by the vineyard has nothing to do with her performance of duties as an employee at the vineyard as a nurse. You agree with that?
Repeat that, please.
This exhibit B21, page 39, has nothing to do with Ashley Glasgow's performance as a nurse at the vineyard, because it's 2 weeks after her employment. And exhibit B21 does not make any statement in here regarding Ashley Glasgow's performance as a nurse in any way.
Correct.
Can you tell me who included exhibit B21 to be in the documents to be presented to the board?
I don't know specifically. Once it leaves investigation, it goes to legal.
Thank you. Will you also agree with me that exhibit B21, although it states that Ms. Treadway did some things that were objectionable, it doesn't state that Ms. Glasgow did those things?
Not on this report.
Okay. All right. Briefly turn to page 41, which is B22. You there? I'm sorry. Okay. This is the booking sheet we talked about earlier. How does this particular document, which is more of a criminal type document, or actually it's traffic criminal, how does this come to be included in the investigation?
It shows that it shows the behavior, the pattern.
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, well, let's talk about that. What does this document reflect?
This document reflects that on the February 6th, she was arrested for the charges that are listed on that detention center report.
And you've already said she has not been found guilty of it, right?
That's correct.
Do you agree that someone is innocent until proven guilty?
I do.
And will you agree with me that a DUI, well, let me ask you, this DUI, does it reflect that she was working as a nurse at the time she got this DUI?
On this document, no.
Yeah, she wasn't on nursing duty whenever she got a DUI here, right? You agree with that?
I agree.
And you agree with me that the regulations of the nursing board are not traffic regulations?
Correct.
So my first question to you is, during the course of an investigation, how does a booking sheet that's not related to nursing make its way into the investigative file? What's the process?
So if you get information regarding DUIs, because we do look at DUIs, if it's past the first offense, then we do look at that.
Okay, and in this situation, was this something that was an inquiry by the nursing board, or is this information that was provided by a third party? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, let's look at the same thing, which is on page 46, B23. This is not a booking sheet, but it says it's a court abstract from Lowndes County Justice Court. And it's got a date on there, a violation of February of 2022. Is that correct? All right. You testified earlier that it states on here that she was found not guilty.
Yes,
And I think it says it right there, just a little bit below the middle of the page where it says judgment of the court, not guilty is checked.
correct.
So understand what you're saying when you're checking for multiple DUIs. If somebody's found guilty, what's the purpose of including an abstract where someone's found not guilty of a violation? What's the purpose of that?
That I would have to refer to legal.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones, how many times have you spoken to, or let me back up. How many times have you had email communications with Ms. Glasgow about this?
Once.
All right. She's provided you two statements though.
Correct.
One in 2022 and one in 2023.
She's provided statements for both cases. Yes.
Right. Okay. How many times have you spoken to her by phone?
Once for each case.
Okay. And for the two closed cases, do you recall speaking to Ms. Glasgow?
Again, it's a 2022 case. I can't answer that without looking at information.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect Mr. Walker.
Ms. Jones, you were asking questions about charges in the complaint. If you would go back to the complaint for me. One of the charges against her was that she misappropriated drugs or equipment. Is that correct? That's what you,
Yes,
did she admit to you that she took a urine specimen that was in a cup?
she did.
Would that cup be considered equipment from
It
that
was.
facility? Okay. Was she also charged with engaging in conduct likely to harm the public?
Yes,
Did she not been arrested for reckless driving, although albeit not convicted, but she has engaged in conduct that could harm the public?
correct.
Okay.
Can you reframe the question, Mr.?
Was she charged with conduct, or what was, I would say this, what was the charge against her? Was it that it says engaging in the conduct she engages in? Charge 4.
Charge 4 is the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
And based on her criminal history, what in conduct has she engaged in?
DUI, reckless driving.
Thank you. At the board, what is your position?
Investigator.
Do you have any medical background?
I do not.
Would you say you're qualified to answer any questions regarding somebody's medical conditions and how that may affect their behavior?
No, I'm not.
And in the scope of your investigation, is it common practice to get any documents that you can involving someone, or you just go after specific documents?
Usually specific documents.
So anything that can be helped with your case is kind of what you go for. Does it matter if it's criminal?
No,
So whatever, if a complaint comes in, you try and get the documents you can that
absolutely.
you might need for your investigation.
Yes.
No further questions, John?
At this time, we will recess until 3:15. This time I'll ask the board panel to state their name.
Jeremy Cummins,
Janie Clanton.
Melissa King serving as alternate.
When recess, I think it was time for the board to ask, the board's witness any questions they may have for her. This time I'll ask the board if they have any, questions for Ms. Jones, they can ask them now. No question for you. Do you tender this witness at this time, Mr. Walker?
I do, Your Honor.
Any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Stay rest.
Mr. Mercy.
Thank you. We would call, Ms. Ashley Glasgow to testify. State your name for the record, please.
Ashley Glasgow.
Ms. Glasgow, you've been here during the testimony of, Ms. Jones, the investigator. You've heard most everything that said. There's some things that weren't brought in, and I'd like to go over them with you. Let me start off with this. You've got descriptions that are listed on the PMP beginning on page 48, which is B25 through B51. You got that frame today?
Yes, sir.
On that PMP, just in general, what are the prevalent medications that are listed there? You can speak in the microphone, please.
The prevalent medications listed are oxycodone, Xanax, phentermine, and Ambien. Those are the ones that are listed the most frequently.
We'll go back to beginning of 2022, I guess, and look and see what's there. It's the same.
So that during that time frame, there are some prescriptions for gabapentin, and instead of oxycodone, it would be hydrocodone.
All right. Who prescribes these medications for you? Who are the prescribers?
So most recently, it would be Dr. James Holzhauer.
Who else?
And then after that would be nurse practitioners that work at the Columbus Women's Wellness Clinic, Kimberly James.
She's a nurse practitioner.
Yes, sir.
Who else?
There are a few from another nurse practitioner in that same practice from Cynthia Nonamaker.
In the same practice with
Kimberly.
James?
Yes, sir.
Who else?
And there are a few from before I started seeing Dr. Holzhauer from Micah Grant.
Is that a nurse practitioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who else?
Those are the prescribers that are most commonly in my record.
All right, well, look, on page 51, I'm looking at providers here,
Yes.
and I see a listing for a James Christopher, just like Gajor, MD. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And there's also one for Joel Butler, listed at the bottom. You didn't mention those two. Tell the board who those two are and why you got prescriptions from those.
So Dr. Joel Butler is an ER physician. I was in a car accident on May 31st of, 21. And so I went to the ER to be evaluated after that. And Dr. Joel Butler, did one prescription for me then, and referred me to orthopedics, which that would be Dr. He goes by Chris, but Galjor, he's orthopedics. And I had to see him, and received, an MRI, diagnosed with a torn labrum, in my shoulder, and I went to physical therapy for, several weeks
But
rehabbing that.
those two providers gave you prescriptions for controlled substances for a period of time.
That's correct.
Now, how long did those prescriptions last?
Those prescriptions,
Roughly.
I mean, I would say, maybe a 2 months-ish, around in that time frame. And during that time frame, I had to stop taking, the hydrocodone at the time. So that was something that I did not take while I was taking the oxycodone that he prescribed.
All right, I see it. Patrick Singley at the top,
Mhm.
DMD, which you didn't mention.
Yes.
What does he prescribe you, or what did he prescribe you?
So Dr. Singley is a dentist. He's my dentist, in town. He, did some dental work for me at the end of June, 2022. And he prescribed, just a few, like 4 hydrocodone after this, invasive dental work that I had done.
All right. Now, you said you got a prescription for oxycodone. What is that prescription to treat? Why do you have that?
So that prescription, is to treat, a back injury that I sustained, at work in 2013. It was a workman's comp injury, due to lifting and moving, a heavy patient. And, it caused me to have bulging discs in my back that have flared up, on and off over the last 10 years.
And then you have a prescription for Xanax. What is that for?
That is to treat, anxiety that I have.
And you have one for phentermine. What is that?
Phentermine, was for weight loss.
Are you still taking that?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, what about the Ambien?
No, sir, I'm not taking that.
All right, what was that for?
That was, to help me sleep at night.
Okay.
I've had trouble sleeping for a long time.
Of the oxycodone, Xanax, phentermine, and Ambien, what are you still taking?
I'm not taking any of it and haven't been for, a couple of months now.
All right, so a current PNP would reflect that you haven't been prescribed any controlled substances for about 4 months.
I would say 3 months. Yes, sir.
3 months, all
Mhm.
right. And these controlled substances, oxycodone, Xanax, phentermine, and Ambien, were all prescribed to you by nurse practitioners, well, by physicians or nurse practitioners that are licensed by this board.
That's correct.
Have you taken your medications prescribed by the nurse practitioners and doctor as directed by them?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many prescriptions for oxycodone, Xanax, phentermine, or Ambien, gabapentin, hydrocodone, have you filled early?
I've not filled any of them early, filled them on time, per the pharmacy regulations.
There was discussion about an incident that occurred. Well, let me back up. Think about that. I think it's important for the board to understand what was going on in your life and has been going on in your life to form the anxiety in your life. You would share with the board what's been going on in your life during the time period that's reflected in the complaint.
My husband and I have, we've been separated for, several years, due to, his physical abuse. of myself, emotional abuse, financial abuse, and also sexual abuse, towards me. So we are in the middle of a, pretty nasty divorce, and custody hearings, at this time.
How long has that been going on?
It's been going on for, for about 3 years now.
Does your husband have any connection with the law enforcement agencies for which documents have been presented to this board for review?
Yes, he does. He is a detective, an investigator with the Lowndes County Sheriff's Department.
There was discussion, there were in one of the exhibits, you made a statement to Ms. Jones about being tired at work. Do you remember that statement?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I think that was at the vineyard.
That's correct. It was at Vineyard Court.
Would you explain to the board the basis, source of your exhaustion and the number of hours worked by you and why?
Okay, so during that job, at that time, I was presented, a schedule, a work schedule that was, Monday through Friday, 40-hour a week job. There were, the staffing was poor there. They did not have RN supervisor for the evenings, nor did they for the weekends. So that meant that I was the day RN supervisor. So I had to pick up a lot of slack to help cover those other jobs in addition to my own. So there were pay periods that I worked anywhere from 20 to 40 hours of overtime in. And there was a time period right in which it doesn't reflect that on the time card that I think that we all have in this packet. But I had one day off in the matter of 3 weeks. And that was a day that I had to go to the administrator and just nearly beg to have one day off because I worked 7 days a week all throughout. I might get off work at 6 p.m. and then would be right back in there at 9 p.m. to do that antibiotic and might be there putting out fires, until midnight and then go right back the next morning.
There was also mentioned by you in the statement of a medical condition called vertigo.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the board about your history with vertigo?
So originally I was diagnosed with vertigo, pretty new out of nursing school. And then over the years, that condition has flared up. So I did receive a prescription for Anavert. And the last time I received that prescription was probably a year ago. It's not something that I have to take often, but it's just something that that I have in case I do start experiencing the dizziness and the feeling like the room is spinning around me and feel unsteady.
And where do you get that prescription filled?
I get that prescription filled at Chris's Pharmacy in Columbus.
But it's not a scheduled drug.
No, that's right. It's not.
But you had informed Ms. Jones that you had vertigo in the statement that you sent her.
Yes.
Did she follow up with you to ask you, is that something that you receive any sort of medication or treatment for?
No, sir. She never asked that.
Let's look at, you have in front of you the exhibits. I'd like you to look at page 4 of the exhibits. All right, that shows 5 cases, 2 are closed. And you heard the questions that I posed to Ms. Jones about those two closed.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about those. What is your recollection of that case, the second one, in 10/27/2022, that says closed? Did you have conversations with anybody at this board about that?
Yes, I believe that specific case, I did speak to Ms. Jones about. She called me, because there was a complaint, like an anonymous complaint, that somebody was, concerned because I had, two tires blew out in the same day. One happened at lunch and one happened when I was leaving work that night. So I explained to her what that situation, was about, what happened, and I never heard anything else from her again about that.
All right, the last entry on this page 4 is dated July 26, 2023, and it says closed. Did you have a conversation with anybody at this board about that particular matter?
That matter, not that I can recall from July 26th. I did have a conversation with her on April the 4th, though, about, a complaint that, it was the complaint was made also anonymously. It was on April 4th. And it was, she couldn't tell me who made the complaint, but the woman that my husband left me for, it was a complaint that surrounded her, which I never treated her, or she was never a patient of mine. But this was from November of 22, and they had just gotten the call in April. And so that day on April 4th, she asked, there was an anonymous complaint that I had, a patient of mine overheard me, saying negative things about this woman, which being my husband's girlfriend, the one he left our family for. And, I'm not, like I told Miss Jones that day, that was not something that I ever remembered speaking about, or I would have had no reason to speak to a patient of mine about her. So, she even on the phone said, she felt like it was kind of an unfounded thing, but she needed to follow up on it because the complaint was made to the board, and she closed it.
Mr. Mercier, I understand there are some board members that are having trouble hearing your questions.
Oh, okay.
Y'all might have to-
I'm sorry. Just to sum it up, neither one of these two closed cases on page 4 had anything to do with the practice of nursing.
No, sir.
Before I forget, the complaint covers two separate instances, one at OCH, which is Tibahaw County Hospital, and the other one is at the Vineyard Nursing Home. Which of those did you receive drug testing for in connection with pre-employment?
I received drug testing for both facilities connected to pre-employment.
What were the results of those drug tests?
The results of those drug tests were that I had the positive for Xanax, with oxycodone, phentermine, and antidepressants that I also have prescriptions for.
So everything that was positive result, you had a prescription.
That's correct.
All right. Were you drug tested any other time during your employment with either of the hospital or the Vineyard Nursing Home?
Yes, at Vineyard Court Nursing Home, probably 2 weeks before the incident, at the beginning of April, they did a random drug test. Well, it wasn't really random. I guess everyone in the facility had to provide a sample. So the results of that were the exact same as my pre-employment, and the exact same results as as the last drug test that I did provide for them.
There has been some insinuation or implications by the board's attorney regarding your conduct and the actions exhibited by you according to the witness statements. Has the board ever made an offer to you to enter the Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program?
No, no, sir, they have not. I've never received that offer.
Your license is currently suspended. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
As of what date was it suspended?
It was suspended as of sorry, I got a little too close. July the 10th of this year.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the incident at the Vineyard. Would you tell the board in your own words what happened that day?
Oops, sorry. So that day, I was not feeling well, and I was asked to come back into work that night to hang a resident's antibiotic. So during that day, I'd hung it twice for her. She received it 3 times a day. And at that time, I told the DON, Dawn, that I was not feeling well, and I, told her that I did not think that I would be able to come back in that night, but that I could maybe try to come in the next night if she would, take it over that night. She told me to hang in there and to suck it up and, just to come back in. So I went home and I took, some of my medication, and I laid down and I took a short nap. I woke up around 9:30, and since I felt dizzy, I didn't really think that I should be driving. So I had my boyfriend take me to work, which, it was probably within 4 or 5 minutes away. So I got there and clocked in around 9:46. And then started to try to prime the antibiotic.
Ms. Jones was asked questions about the effects of the medications you take on a person and what characteristics someone may exhibit after taking those medications. As an RN, are you familiar with the characteristics of someone who has taken oxycodone and Xanax and Soma and Ambien?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. If you would, tell the board what medications you went home and took and what you know from your education and training experience as a nurse to be the characteristics that can be exhibited by someone taking those medications.
So when I went home that night, I did take one of my Xanax that afternoon. And then I also took an oxycodone. The Ambien, that is something that is taken at nighttime, at bedtime. And so I would not have taken that because it was not bedtime. But those medications, they can cause, pupil changes. They can cause, slurred speech.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And, they can cause, I think, someone to be unsteady if taken in a certain amount or a time frame.
If you're trying to determine if someone has recently taken medication of oxycodone or Xanax, what will their pupils look like?
Their pupils Well, an opioid, your pupils would be constricted.
As far as your steadiness and ability to walk and maintain a steady gait, does either oxycodone or Xanax affect that?
It can.
Now, you testified just now that you took those, but you were going back to work, right? All right. The oxycodone was prescribed to you by whom?
Dr. James Holzhauer.
Does he know that you're a nurse?
Yes, sir, he does.
How has he directed you to take the oxycodone?
He on actually what the prescription says is to, take it every 6 hours as needed for back pain.
Has he directed you not to take it while you're working as a nurse?
He has not.
Who prescribed you the Xanax?
The same physician, Dr. Holzhauer.
How has he directed you to take it?
1 tablet 3 times a day.
Has he told you not to take it while you're working as a nurse?
He has not.
Have you taken the oxycodone and Xanax as well as the other scheduled drugs that have been prescribed to you as directed by the prescribing medical providers?
Yes, I have.
Have you abused those medications intentionally?
No, sir, I've never abused anything intentionally.
Look at page 20, Exhibit B11, please. I'm not going to belabor the point, but that's your statement to Ms. Jones on April the 12th of 2023. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, in that statement, you mentioned to her that you had the vertigo and that you had felt exhausted. Is that right?
That's right.
There's discussion about a pump, about air in a line. Would you explain to the board what was going on there and what the significance was of this air in the line that's been discussed?
Okay, so like I said, the resident, she received an